Critique practicale Groundwork moral, Immanuel Kant. This summary reconstructs two of Kant's central moral works in the Cambridge Gregor translations. The Critique of Practical Reason, 1788, which establishes the fact of reason, freedom, and the postulates of pure practical reason, and the Groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals, 1785, which analyses the good will, duty, and the categorical imperative through three transitions. The register follows Kant's critical formal voice. Abstract. This analysis reconstructs Immanuel Kant's Critique of Practical Reason, 1788, and Groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals, 1785, as a single critical arc, from common consciousness of duty through a priori legislation of the categorical imperative to proof that pure reason is originally practical. The Groundwork ascends in three transitions, from ordinary moral cognition to philosophical morals, from popular examples to the metaphysics of morals, and from autonomy to the presupposition of freedom. Establishing the good will, the formulae of universal law, humanity, and the kingdom of ends, and exposing heteronomy as the corruption of all material moral principles. The Critique of Practical Reason completes the system through the fact of reason, the analytic of pure practical laws and their objects, the dialectic of the highest good with its postulates of immortality, freedom, and God, the primacy of practical reason over speculation, and a method of moral cultivation grounded in respect rather than pathological incentive. The register follows Kant's formal critical voice, a priori legislation, maxim, autonomy, fact of reason, highest good, postulates, and the moral law disclosed within personality even as the starry heavens disclose our place in nature. Executive summary. Central thesis. Kant's paired moral works demonstrate that morality is not drawn from happiness, feeling, perfection, or divine command taken as object of inclination, but from the autonomy of pure practical reason legislating through the mere form of universal law-giving. The categorical imperative, in its formulae of universal law, humanity as end in itself, and the kingdom of ends, is the sole principle of duty. Consciousness of this law as a fact of reason discloses transcendental freedom, makes pure reason practical of itself, and justifies the postulates required for the highest good as practically necessary end. Speculative reason cannot prove freedom, God, or immortality, yet practical reason authorizes rational belief in them without extending theoretical cognition beyond appearances. Foundational observations. Good will and duty. Only the good will is unconditionally good. Duty is necessity of action from respect for law, and moral worth lies in the maxim, not in empirical success or agreeableness of consequences. Autonomy versus heteronomy. Moral laws must arise from the will's self-legislation. Any principle whose determining ground is an object of inclination, including happiness, moral feeling, perfection, or theological motive, yields hypothetical necessitation and destroys obligation. Three formulae, one law. The categorical imperative appears as universal law, humanity as end, and kingdom of ends. These are not separate commands, but progressive articulations of autonomy as formal condition of all maxims. Fact of reason. The moral law forces itself upon consciousness as synthetic a priori practical principle prior to any proof of freedom. Through it, freedom is first known practically, reversing the order expected by speculative philosophy. Paradox of method. Good and evil are determined only through the moral law, not conversely. Beginning with the good as object of desire collapses morals into prudence and repeats the heteronomy of ancient and modern moral systems alike. Highest good and postulates. Virtue as supreme good and happiness as morally conditioned consequence form the whole object of pure practical reason. Their synthetic union in the sensible world requires postulation of immortality, positive freedom in the intelligible world, and God as moral author of nature, practically necessary, theoretically indemonstrable. Primacy and limits. Practical reason has primacy when its a priori principles carry theoretical commitment speculation cannot establish alone. Yet philosophy must respect the supreme boundary, We comprehend the incomprehensibility of how pure reason can be practical and cultivate morals through critical method rather than enthusiasm or empiricist dissolution. Significance and recommendation. Together, these works constitute the foundation of modern deontological ethics and the practical completion of Kant's critical philosophy. They show that reason is not enslaved to inclination, that dignity attaches to persons as ends in themselves, and that moral obligation can be universal without theological heteronomy or utilitarian reduction. They are indispensable for readers of the first critique who wish to see how freedom, noumena, and the ideas of God and immortality receive objective practical reality. For students of ethics, confronting the structure of hypothetical and categorical imperatives, and for anyone assessing whether morality can be a priori without empty formalism or covert empiricism. Read the Groundwork first for analysis and architectonic transitions, the critique of practical reason for systematic proof, dialectical resolution of the highest good, and the method of moral education. This summary treats both as one argument in Kant's formal critical register. Expect demanding abstraction, but also the clarity of a system that separates what reason legislates from what it can merely postulate for practical purposes, and the enduring image of the moral law within joined to the starry heavens above as twin objects of rational reverence. The groundwork of the metaphysics of morals. Groundwork, preface. Ancient Greek philosophy divided the sciences into physics, ethics, and logic, a partition Kant finds perfectly suited to the nature of the matter, provided one adds its governing principle, so as to assure completeness and determine the necessary subdivisions. All rational cognition is either material, considering some object, or formal, occupied merely with the form of understanding and reason, and with the universal rules of thinking as such. Formal philosophy is logic. Material philosophy, having to do with determinate objects and the laws to which they are subject, is twofold. Those laws are either laws of nature or laws of freedom. The science of the first is physics, of the other ethics, doctrine of nature and doctrine of morals respectively. Logic can have no empirical part in which the universal and necessary laws of thinking would rest on grounds taken from experience. In that case, it would cease to be a canon for understanding or reason demonstrable in all thinking. Natural and moral philosophy, by contrast, may each have an empirical part. The former determines laws for nature as object of experience. The latter for the human beings will insofar as it is affected by nature. First as laws according to which everything happens, second as laws according to which everything ought to happen, while still taking into account the conditions under which quite often it does not. Philosophy based on grounds of experience is empirical. That which presents its doctrines solely from a priori principles is pure. Pure philosophy, if merely formal, is logic. If limited to determinate objects of the understanding, it is metaphysics. Thus arises the idea of a twofold metaphysics, of nature and of morals. Physics will have its empirical but also its rational part. So too ethics, though here the empirical part may be called practical anthropology and the rational part moral science proper. Empirical versus pure philosophy. Natural and moral philosophy admit experience. Logic and the rational cores of metaphysics do not. Moral science in the strict sense is the rational, not anthropological, part of ethics. Metaphysics of morals. The a priori doctrine of freedom's laws, to be separated from practical anthropology as metaphysics of nature, is from empirical physics. Quote, all philosophy insofar as it is based on grounds of experience can be called empirical, that which presents its doctrines solely from a priori principles pure philosophy. The latter, if it is merely formal, is called logic, but if it is limited to determinate objects of the understanding, it is called metaphysics. Separation of the rational from the empirical. Kant extends the analogy of the division of labor. Where everyone is a jack of all trades, professions remain barbarous. Specialization perfects crafts. He asks whether pure philosophy in all its parts might not require its own specialist, and whether those who peddle the empirical mixed with the rational in proportions unknown to themselves, independent thinkers, as they style themselves, should be warned against pursuing two occupations whose execution demands dissimilar talents. The question for moral philosophy is sharper still. Must not the empirical part always be carefully separated from the rational, so that actual physics be prefaced by a metaphysics of nature and practical anthropology by a metaphysics of morals cleansed of everything empirical? Only then can we know how much pure reason accomplishes in each case, and from what sources it draws its peculiar a priori instruction. Since his purpose is directed towards moral philosophy, Kant limits the question, is it not of the utmost necessity to work out once a pure moral philosophy, completely cleansed of everything empirical that belongs to anthropology? The common idea of duty and of moral laws already implies the answer. Everyone must admit that a law, if it is to hold morally as the ground of an obligation, must carry absolute necessity, that the command "thou shalt not lie" does not hold for human beings only, as if other rational beings need not heed it, and so with all actual moral laws. The ground of obligation must therefore be sought not in the nature of the human being or in the circumstances of the world, but a priori solely in concepts of pure reason. Any prescription founded on principles of mere experience, even one universal in some respect insofar as it relies in the least part on empirical grounds, perhaps only for a motivating ground, may be called a practical rule, but never a moral law. Moral laws and their principles differ essentially in practical cognition from everything empirical. All moral philosophy rests entirely on its pure part. Applied to the human being, it does not borrow the least thing from acquaintance with him, anthropology, but gives him, as a rational being, laws a priori, which still require a power of judgment sharpened by experience, partly to distinguish in what cases they are applicable, partly to obtain for them access to the will and momentum for performance, since he, affected by so many inclinations, is capable of the idea of practical pure reason, but not so easily able to make it effective in concreto in the conduct of life. Moral law versus practical rule. Only absolute, a priori necessity qualifies as moral obligation. Empirical motivating grounds reduce prescription to prudence. Purity and corruption. Without a supreme norm drawn from pure reason, morals remain subject to corruption. Conformity with the law is not enough unless the action is done for the law's sake. Quote, everyone must admit that a law, if it is to hold morally, i.e., as the ground of an obligation, must carry with it absolute necessity, that the command, "thou shalt not lie," does not just hold for human beings only, as if other rational beings did not have to heed it, and so with all remaining actual moral laws. Hence that the ground of the obligation here must not be sought in the nature of the human being or in the circumstances of the world in which he is placed, but a priori solely, in concepts of pure reason. The groundwork's aim and method. A metaphysics of morals is indispensably necessary not merely for speculation, for investigating the source of the practical principles that lie a priori in our reason, but because morals themselves remain subject to all sorts of corruption as long as we lack that guideline and supreme norm by which to judge them correctly. For what is morally good, it is not enough that it conform with the moral law. It must also be done for its sake. Otherwise, that conformity is contingent and precarious, because the immoral ground will now and then produce actions that conform with the law, but in many cases actions contrary to it. The purity and genuineness of morals, of the greatest significance in practical matters, is to be sought nowhere else than in pure philosophy. Metaphysics must thus come first, and without it there can be no moral philosophy at all. What mixes pure principles with empirical ones does not deserve the name of philosophy, much less of moral philosophy, since it infringes on the purity of morals and proceeds contrary to its own end. This is not already supplied by Wolff's universal practical philosophy, which considered willing generally with all actions and conditions belonging to it in that sense. Not a will completely determined from a priori principles without empirical motivating grounds, a pure will. Wolff's science differs from a metaphysics of morals as general logic differs from transcendental philosophy. The metaphysics of morals is to investigate the idea and principles of a possible pure will, not human willing in general as drawn largely from psychology. Even where Wolff's authors speak of moral laws and duties, they do not distinguish motivating grounds represented completely a priori by reason alone from empirical ones elevated by the understanding to general concepts. They view them only in terms of their greater or lesser sum, and thereby form a concept of obligation that is anything but moral. Intending someday to publish a metaphysics of morals, Kant issues this groundwork in advance. Its foundation is ultimately the critique of pure practical reason, as metaphysics has the critique of pure speculative reason, though the former is not of such utmost necessity, since human reason in the commonest understanding can easily be brought to correctness in moral matters, whereas in theoretical pure use, it is dialectical. A complete critique of pure practical reason would also have to present its unity with speculative reason in a common principle, for there could be only one and the same reason differing merely in application. But Kant could not yet bring the work to that completeness without confusing the reader. He therefore avails himself of the label groundwork of the metaphysics of morals rather than critique of pure practical reason. A metaphysics of morals, despite its daunting title, remains capable of popularity and suitability for the common understanding. Separating this preparatory work allows subtleties to be omitted from more accessible doctrines later. The present groundwork is nothing more than the identification and corroboration of the supreme principle of morality, a business complete in its purpose and separable from every other moral investigation. Kant forgoes the advantage of applying that principle to the entire system, since ease of use and apparent adequacy yield no wholly reliable proof and arouse partiality against investigating the principle in all strictness. He adopts the method most fitting for proceeding analytically from common cognition to the determination of its supreme principle and synthetically from the examination of this principle and its sources back to common cognition, in which we find it used. Quote, "In this work I have adopted the method that is, I believe, most fitting if one wants to take one's route analytically from common cognition to the determination of its supreme principle, and in turn synthetically from the examination of this principle and its sources back to common cognition, in which we find it used. That is why it is divided as follows. First section, transition from common to philosophical moral rational cognition. Second section, transition from popular moral philosophy to the metaphysics of morals. Third section, final step from the metaphysics of morals to the critique of pure practical reason. Groundwork. First section, transition from common to philosophical moral cognition. The good will as the sole, unconditional good. It is impossible to think of anything at all in the world, or indeed even beyond it, that could be taken to be good without limitation, except a good will. Understanding, wit, judgment, and whatever else the talents of the mind may be called, or confidence, resolve, and persistency of intent as qualities of temperament, are in many respects good and desirable, but they can also be extremely evil and harmful if the will that is to make use of these gifts of nature, whose distinctive constitution is called character, is not good. The same holds for gifts of fortune, power, riches, honor, even health, an entire well-being and contentment with one's condition under the name of happiness inspire confidence, and often overconfidence as well, unless a good will is present to correct and make generally purposive their influence on the mind, and with it the whole principle for acting. A rational, impartial spectator can nevermore take delight in the sight of the uninterrupted prosperity of a being adorned with no feature of a pure and good will. A good will thus appears to constitute the indispensable condition even of the worthiness to be happy. Some qualities are conducive to the good will itself and can make its work easier. Yet they have no inner unconditional worth, but always presuppose a good will, which limits the high esteem in which they are otherwise rightly held. Moderation in affects and passions, self-control, and sober deliberation are good in many respects and even appear to constitute part of the inner worth of a person, but they are far from deserving to be declared good without limitation. However unconditionally the ancients praised them. Without principles of a good, well, they can become most evil. and the cold blood of a scoundrel makes him not only far more dangerous, but also immediately more loathsome in our eyes than he would have been without it. A good will is good not because of what it affects or accomplishes, not because of its fitness to attain some intended end, but good just by its willing, i.e., in itself. And considered by itself, it is to be esteemed beyond compare much higher than anything that could ever be brought about by it in favor of some inclination, and indeed, if you will, the sum of all inclinations. Even if by some particular disfavor of fate, or by the scanty endowment of a stepmotherly nature, this will should entirely lack the capacity to carry through its purpose. If despite its greatest striving it should still accomplish nothing, and only the good will were to remain, not, of course, as a mere wish, but as the summoning of all means within our control, then, like a jewel, it would still shine by itself, as something that has its full worth in itself. Usefulness or fruitlessness can neither add anything to this worth nor take anything away from it. Goodwill, the only thing good without limitation, the condition of the moral worth of talents, temperament, and fortune. Inner worth, independent of effects and inclinations, comparable to a jewel that retains its value even when it accomplishes nothing. Quote, "It is impossible to think of anything at all in the world, or indeed even beyond it, that could be taken to be good without limitation, except a good will." Reason's vocation and the concept of duty. Even in this idea of the absolute worth of a mere will, not taking into account any utility in its estimation, there is something so strange that, regardless of all agreement with it even of common reason, a suspicion must yet arise that it might perhaps covertly be founded merely on some high-flown fantastication. Kant therefore submits the idea to examination from the teleological standpoint. In the natural predispositions of an organized being arranged purposively for life, no organ will be found for any end that is not also the most fitting and suitable. If the actual end of nature were the preservation, prosperity, and happiness of a being that has reason and a will, she would have made very bad arrangements in appointing reason as accomplisher of this purpose. Instinct would have marked out actions and the whole rule of conduct far more accurately. Reason would have served only to admire the fortunate predisposition of nature, not to subject the desiderative faculty to weak and deceptive guidance and meddle with nature's purpose. In actual fact, the more cultivated reason engages with enjoying life and happiness, the further a human being strays from true contentment. Many experienced users of reason, if sincere enough to admit it, fall into misology, hatred of reason, having brought more hardship upon their shoulders than happiness gained. They eventually envy, rather than disdain, the common run, guided by mere natural instinct. Such judgments are covertly founded on the idea of another and far worthier purpose of existence, to which reason is properly destined, and for which the private purpose of happiness must largely take second place. Since reason is not sufficiently fit to guide the will reliably regarding the satisfaction of needs, which it partly multiplies, yet has been imparted as a practical faculty meant to influence the will, its true function must be to produce a will good not as a means but in itself. This will need not be the only and entire good, but must be the highest good and the condition of everything else, even of all longing for happiness. It is consistent with nature's wisdom that cultivation of reason, required for this first unconditional purpose, limits, at least in this life, attainment of happiness, which is always conditional. To unravel the concept of a will highly esteemed in itself and good apart from any further purpose, as it already dwells in natural sound understanding and needs not so much to be taught as brought to light, Kant inspects the concept of duty, which contains that of a good, although under subjective limitations and hindrances that, far from concealing it, bring it out by contrast and make it shine forth all the more brightly. Quote, "A good will is good not because of what it affects or accomplishes, not because of its fitness to attain some intended end, but good just by its willing, i.e., in itself. And considered by itself, it is to be esteemed beyond compare much higher than anything that could ever be brought about by it in favor of some inclination. Examples of conformity with duty and true moral worth. Kant passes over actions recognized as contrary to duty and those conforming with duty to which human beings have no immediate inclination but perform from another inclination. There it is easy to distinguish duty from self-serving purpose. The difficult case is action conforming with duty where the subject has an immediate inclination towards it. A shopkeeper who does not overcharge his inexperienced customer, keeping a fixed general price so that a child may buy as well as anyone else, acts honestly. Yet we cannot believe he proceeded from duty and principles of honesty. His advantage required it. We cannot assume an immediate inclination towards customers to give no one preference in price. The action was done neither from duty nor from immediate inclination, but merely for a self-interested purpose. To preserve one's life is one's duty, and everyone has an immediate inclination to do so, yet the anxious care with which the greatest part of humanity attends to it has no inner worth, and their maxim no moral content. They preserve their lives in conformity with duty, but not from duty. If adversities and hopeless grief have entirely taken away the taste for life, and the unfortunate man, strong of soul, wishes for death yet preserves his life without loving it, not from inclination or fear, but from duty, then his maxim has moral content. To be beneficent where one can is one's duty. Many souls attuned to compassion find inner gratification in spreading joy. Yet such an action, however conforming with duty and amiable, has no true moral worth if done from inclination. It stands on the same footing as the inclination to honor. Suppose the friend's mind were beclouded by grief, extinguishing compassion for others, that he still had means to benefit others in need, but their need did not touch him, and that now, as inclination no longer stimulates him, he tears himself from insensibility and acts solely from duty. Not until then does the action have genuine moral worth. Even one by temperament cold and indifferent to others' sufferings finds within himself a source of far higher worth than a good-natured temperament. Their moral worth of character commences to be beneficent not from inclination, but from duty. Securing one's own happiness is one's duty, at least indirectly, since discontent could tempt one to transgress duty. Yet all human beings already have the most powerful inclination to happiness. The prescription of happiness infringes on some inclinations, while human beings can form no determinate reliable concept of the sum of satisfaction under that name. A single determinate inclination can outweigh a wavering idea, as the gout sufferer who chooses present enjoyment over perhaps groundless expectations of health. Yet if the universal inclination to happiness did not determine his will, there remains a law to advance one's happiness not from inclination, but from duty. Only then does conduct have actual moral worth. Scripture's command to love one's neighbor, even one's enemy, is to be understood thus. Love as inclination cannot be commanded, but beneficence from duty, even where natural and unconquerable aversion resists, is practical, not pathological love, which lies in the will and in principles of action, not in melting compassion, and only the former can be commanded. Quote, to be beneficent where one can is one's duty, and besides there are many souls so attuned to compassion that, even without another motivating ground of vanity or self-interest, they find an inner gratification in spreading joy around them, and can relish the contentment of others, in so far as it is their work. But I assert that in such a case an action of this kind, however much it conforms with duty, however amiable it may be, still has no true moral worth, but stands on the same footing as other inclinations. The three propositions of duty. From these examples, Kant advances three propositions. The first, an action done from duty has its moral worth not in the purpose to be attained by it, but in the maxim according to which it is resolved upon. It does not depend on the actuality of the object of the action, but merely on the principle of willing according to which, regardless of any object of the desiderative faculty, the action is done. Purposes and their effects, as ends and incentives of the will, cannot bestow unconditional moral worth. The worth lies in the principle of the will regardless of ends that might be effected. The will stands halfway between its a priori formal principle and its a posteriori material incentive, as at a crossroads, since it must after all be determined by something. When an action is done from duty, it will be determined by the formal principle of willing as such, every material principle having been taken away. The second proposition, an action from duty has its moral worth not in the purpose to be attained, but in the maxim according to which it is resolved upon. The third, as conclusion from both, duty is the necessity of an action from respect for the law. One can have inclination toward an object as effect of action, but never respect, since it is merely effect and not activity of a will. One cannot have respect for inclination as such, whether one's own or another's. Only what is connected with my will merely as ground, never as effect. What does not serve my inclination but outweighs it or excludes it from calculations when we choose, hence the mere law by itself, can be an object of respect and thus a command. An action from duty is to separate entirely the influence of inclination and every object of the will. Nothing remains to determine the will except, objectively, the law, and subjectively, pure respect for this practical law, and hence the maxim of complying with such a law, even if it infringes on all my inclinations. Thus moral worth does not lie in the expected effect, nor in a principle borrowing its motivating ground from that effect. Agreeableness of one's condition or advancement of others' happiness could be brought about by other causes. In the rational will alone can the highest and unconditional good be found. Nothing other than the representation of the law in itself, insofar as it, not the hoped-for effect, is the determining ground of the will, constitutes the preeminent good called moral, already present in the person who acts according to it, and not first to be expected from the effect. First proposition, moral worth lies in the maxim of willing, not in the purpose or object attained. Second proposition, worth is independent of the actuality of the action's object. Third proposition, duty is necessity of action from respect for the law, a self-wrought feeling of subordination of the will to law, distinct from inclination or fear. Quote, duty is the necessity of an action from respect for the law. For the object as the effect of the action I have in mind, I can indeed have inclination, but never respect, precisely because it is merely an effect and not activity of a will. Universal conformity with law and the promise example. But what kind of law can that possibly be, the representation of which, even without regard for the effect expected from it, must determine the will for it to be called good absolutely and without limitation? Since Kant has robbed the will of all impulses arising from following some particular law, nothing remains but as such the universal conformity of actions with law, which alone is to serve the will as its principle. I ought never to proceed except in such a way that I could also will that my maxim should become a universal law. Mere conformity with law as such, not founded on any law determined with a view to certain actions, serves the will as principle of duty, is not to be an empty delusion and chimerical concept. Common human reason in its practical judging is actually in perfect agreement with this, and always has the envisaged principle before its eyes. Take the question whether, when in trouble, one may make a promise with the intention not to keep it. One easily discerns whether it is prudent or whether it conforms with duty. Prudence may counsel against lying when consequences are unforeseeable. But to be truthful from duty is something quite different from being truthful from dread of adverse consequences. In the first case, the concept of the action already contains a law. In the second, one must look elsewhere for effects on oneself. Deviation from duty is certainly evil. Defection from a maxim of prudence can sometimes be advantageous. To instruct oneself in the quickest yet undeceptive way whether a lying promise conforms with duty, ask, would I actually be content that my maxim, to extricate myself from a predicament by an untruthful promise, should hold as a universal law for myself, as well as for others? Could I say, everyone may make an untruthful promise when he finds himself in a predicament from which he can extricate himself in no other way? One soon becomes aware that one could indeed will the lie, but by no means a universal law to lie. According to such a law, there would actually be no promise at all, since it would be futile to pretend one's will to others regarding future actions who would not believe the pretense, or if they rashly did, would pay one back in like coin. The maxim, as soon as it were made a universal law, would have to destroy itself. No wide-ranging acuteness is needed to see what one must do for willing to be morally good. Ask, can you also will that your maxim become a universal law? If not, it must be rejected, not because of disadvantage to you or others, but because it cannot fit as a principle into possible universal legislation, for which reason extracts immediate respect. Though one may not yet see on what that respect is founded, one understands that it is an estimation of worth far outweighing what inclination extols, and that necessity of action from pure respect for the practical law constitutes duty, to which every other motivating ground must give way as the condition of a will good in itself. Quote, I ought never to proceed except in such a way that I could also will that my maxim should become a universal law. Here, then, mere conformity with law as such, not founded on any law determined with a view to certain actions, is what serves the will as its principle, and must so serve it if duty is not to be as such an empty delusion and a chimerical concept. From common reason to philosophical moral cognition. Thus, common human reason has progressed in moral cognition to its principle, which it does not think separated in universal form, but always has before its eyes and uses as standard of judging. With this compass, it is well informed in all cases to distinguish good, evil, what conforms with duty or is contrary to it, if one only, as Socrates did, makes it aware of its own principle. No science or philosophy is needed to know what one must do to be honest and good, wise and virtuous. Acquaintance with what it is incumbent upon everyone to do should be the affair of every human being, even the commonest. Here one cannot, without admiration, observe the great advantage practical judgment has over theoretical common understanding. In theoretical matters, when common reason departs from laws of experience and perceptions of the senses, it falls into incomprehensibilities, contradictions, or chaos of uncertainty. In practical matters, the power of judging shows itself to advantage when common understanding excludes all sensuous incentives from practical laws. It becomes subtle, whether engaging in legalistic quibbles with conscience or sincerely determining the worth of actions, and in a latter case stands as good a chance of hitting the mark as a philosopher, indeed almost more sure, because the philosopher can confuse judgment with alien considerations. Yet innocence is hard to preserve and easily seduced. Wisdom needs science not to learn from it, but to obtain access and durability for its prescription. The human being feels within himself a powerful counterweight to all commands of duty, needs and inclinations summed up under happiness. Reason issues prescriptions unrelentingly, yet without promising anything to inclinations, with reproach and disrespect for those vehement yet seemingly reasonable claims. From this arises a natural dialectic, a propensity to rationalize against strict laws of duty, cast doubt on their validity or purity, and make them better suited to wishes and inclinations, fundamentally to corrupt them and deprive them of dignity, which common practical reason cannot endorse. Thus, common human reason is impelled not by speculative need, but on practical grounds to take a step into practical philosophy, to receive intelligence regarding the source of its principle and its correct determination in contrast with maxims based on need and inclination, so that it may escape mutual claims and not risk losing all genuine moral principles through ambiguity. In practical common reason, when it cultivates itself, a dialectic inadvertently unfolds that necessitates seeking help in philosophy, just as in theoretical use. Neither is likely to find rest anywhere, but in a complete critique of our reason. Quote, thus common human reason is impelled to leave its sphere not by some need of speculation, which never comes over it as long as it is content to be mere sound reason, but rather on practical grounds, and to take a step into the field of a practical philosophy, in order to receive their intelligence and distinct instruction regarding the source of this principle and its correct determination in contrast with maxims based on need and inclination. Groundwork, second section, transition from popular moral philosophy to the metaphysics of morals. The second section undertakes what the first only prepared, a transition from the common use of practical reason to the metaphysics of morals. If duty was first drawn from ordinary moral judging, that borrowing must not be mistaken for proof that duty is an empirical concept. Experience of human conduct yields, on the contrary, frequent and justified complaint that no reliable example of action from pure duty can be cited. Much conforms with what duty commands, yet it remains doubtful whether the deed possesses moral worth. Philosophers in every age have therefore denied the actuality of such a disposition and traced action to refined self-love, without on that account doubting the correctness of the concept of morality itself. They lament, with intimate regret, a human nature noble enough to take so worthy an idea as its prescription, yet too weak to follow it. A nature that employs reason, which ought to legislate, chiefly to manage the interest of inclinations, singly or at most in their greatest mutual compatibility. From experience, examples, and popular philosophy to pure legislation, it is absolutely impossible by experience to make out with complete certainty a single case in which the maxim of an otherwise dutiful action rested solely on moral grounds. Acute self-examination may discover nothing besides the representation of duty powerful enough to move us. Yet we cannot infer with certainty that a covert impulse of self-love did not supply the real determining cause, which we then gladly credit to a nobler motive. When moral worth is at issue, what counts is not the action one sees, but the inner principle one does not see. Conceding to the enemies of morality that duty is drawn from experience would hand them a sure triumph. For then one would find, on closer inspection of imaginations and intentions, the dear self flashing forth everywhere, and purpose relying on it rather than on the strict command of duty, which in many cases would require self-denial. Nothing can preserve respect for the law in the soul, except the clear conviction that, even if the world is perhaps given no example of actions springing from such pure sources, reason by itself and independently of all appearances commands what ought to happen. Actions whose feasibility experience might doubt are nonetheless unrelentingly commanded. Pure sincerity in friendship, for instance, can be required of everyone even if up to now there had never been a sincere friend, because this duty, as duty, lies in the idea of a reason determining the will by a priori grounds. If morality's law must hold for all rational beings with absolute necessity, no experience can even infer the possibility of such apodictic laws. Empirical principles could never be taken as laws of the determination of the will of a rational being as such. Moreover, one could not give morality worse counsel than by seeking to borrow it from examples. Every example must first be judged by principles of morality, whether it is worthy to serve as a model. It cannot furnish the concept at the outset. Even the Holy One of the Gospel must first be compared with our ideal of moral perfection before he is recognized as such. And he says of himself, "Why do you call me, whom you see, good? There is none good, the archetype of the good, but one, that is, God, whom you do not see." Whence the concept of God as highest good, solely from the idea that reason a priori devises of moral perfection and connects inseparably with the concept of a free will. Imitation has no place in moral matters. Examples encourage by showing feasibility and making intuitive what the rule expresses generally, but they can never entitle us to set aside the true original in reason. If no genuine supreme principle of morality can rest merely on pure reason independently of all experience, then these concepts, with the principles belonging to them, must be set forth a priori in general, as philosophical cognition distinct from common cognition. In our age, this may well be necessary. Popular practical philosophy, condescending to common concepts before elevation to pure reason has been achieved, produces a disgusting mishmash of gleaned observations and half-rationalizing principles. Dreary pates savor it for everyday chatter, while men of insight feel confused yet cannot help themselves. One must first found the doctrine of morals on metaphysics, and only afterwards obtain access for it by popularity. The metaphysics of morals, hypophysical, that which underlies physical nature, is not only an indispensable substrate of all theoretical cognition of duties securely determined, but a desideratum of the highest importance for their actual execution, for the pure representation of duty, mixed with no alien empirical stimulus, has by the route of reason alone an influence on the human heart so much more powerful than all other incentives summoned from the empirical field. Metaphysics of morals, the a priori doctrine of duties, independent of anthropology, for which alone moral science can be set forth pure before application to human beings. All moral concepts have their seat and origin completely a priori in reason. Even in the commonest human reason, as speculative as it is, their dignity as supreme practical principles lies in this purity of origin, and every addition of anything empirical diminishes their genuine influence and the unlimited worth of actions. Moral laws must hold for every rational being as such. They are therefore to be derived from the universal concept of a rational being, and all moral science is first to be set forth independently as pure philosophy before its application to human beings. The present task is to progress from popular philosophy, which gropes by examples, to metaphysics, which does not let itself be held back by anything empirical and may ascend to ideas where even examples desert us, tracing the general rules of the practical rational faculty up to the concept of duty. Quote, if then there is no genuine supreme principle of morality that would not have to rest merely on pure reason independently of all experience, I believe it unnecessary even to ask whether it is a good thing to set forth these concepts in general, in abstracto, as they, along with the principles that belong to them, are established a priori, if this cognition is to differ from common cognition and to be called philosophical. Will, practical reason, and the concept of an imperative. Everything in nature works according to laws. Only a rational being has the capacity to act according to the representation of laws, i.e., according to principles or a will. Since reason is required for deriving actions from laws, the will is nothing other than practical reason. If reason determines the will without fail, actions objectively necessary are also subjectively necessary. The will is a capacity to choose only that which reason, independently of inclination, recognizes as practically necessary, i.e., as good. If, however, reason all by itself does not sufficiently determine the will, if it is subject to subjective conditions not always in agreement with objective ones, then actions objectively recognized as necessary are subjectively contingent, and their determination in conformity with objective laws is necessitation. The relation of objective laws to a will not altogether good is represented as determination by grounds of reason to which this will is not, according to its nature, necessarily obedient. The representation of an objective principle in so far as it is necessitating for a will is called a command of reason, and the formula of the command is called an imperative. All imperatives are expressed by an ought and indicate the relation of an objective law of reason to a will that, according to its subjective constitution, is not necessarily determined by it. They say that to do or omit something would be good, but say to a will that does not always act just because the good is represented to it. Practically good is what determines the will by representations of reason, objectively, from grounds valid for every rational being as such, is distinguished from the agreeable, which influences the will only by sensation from merely subjective causes. A perfectly good will would stand under objective laws of the good, yet could not be represented as thereby necessitated, because it would be determined only by the representation of the good. No imperatives hold for the divine will, or generally for a holy will. Here the ought is out of place, because willing already of itself necessarily agrees with the law. Imperatives are formally expressing the relation of objective laws of willing as such to the subjective imperfection of the will of this or that rational being, e.g., of the human will. Quote, everything in nature works according to laws. Only a rational being has the capacity to act according to the representation of laws, i.e., according to principles or a will. Since reason is required for deriving actions from laws, the will is nothing other than practical reason. Hypothetical and categorical imperatives. All imperatives command either hypothetically or categorically. The former represent the practical necessity of a possible action as a means to achieving something else that one wants, or that at least is possible for one to want. The categorical imperative would be the one that represented an action as objectively necessary by itself, without reference to another end. Because every practical law represents a possible action as good and hence, for a subject practically determinable by reason, as necessary, all imperatives are formulae for the determination of an action necessary according to the principle of a will good in some way. If the action would be good merely as a means to something else, the imperative is hypothetical. If the action is represented as good in itself, hence as necessary in a will that in itself conforms to reason as its principle, then it is categorical. The hypothetical imperative says only that the action is good for some possible or actual purpose. In the first case, a problematically practical principle. In the second, an assertorically practical principle. The categorical imperative, declaring the action of itself objectively necessary without reference to any purpose, holds as an apodictically practical principle. What is possible only by means of powers of some rational being can be thought as a purpose possible for some will. Hence, there are infinitely many principles of action represented as necessary for attaining possible purposes. Imperatives of skill, technical, belonging to art, concern how an end is made possible, without asking whether the end is rational and good. The prescriptions for the physician thoroughly to cure his man and for a poisoner reliably to kill him are of equal worth in so far as each serves to effect its purpose perfectly. Even so, one end can be presupposed as actual in all rational beings, as dependent beings. Happiness. The hypothetical imperative representing the practical necessity of an action as a means to the advancement of happiness is assertoric. Prudence, in the narrowest sense, is skill in the choice of means to one's own greatest well-being, and its imperative remains hypothetical. Finally, there is one imperative that, without presupposing as its condition any other purpose to be attained by a certain course of conduct, commands this conduct immediately. This imperative is categorical. It concerns not the matter of the action or what is to result from it, but the form and the principle from which it follows. The essential good in it consists in the disposition, let the result be what it may. This imperative may be called that of morality. Willing according to these three kinds of principles is distinguished by the unequal manner in which they necessitate the will. Rules of skill, counsels of prudence, or commands, laws of morality. Only the law carries the concept of unconditional, objective, universally valid necessity. Commands must be complied with even contrary to inclination. Hypothetical imperative represents an action as necessary as a means to some further end, analytic and willing when the end is given, whether as skill or prudence. Categorical imperative commands conduct immediately, without condition in any further purpose. Concerns form and principle, not matter or result. The question arises, how are all these imperatives possible? How an imperative of skill is possible probably requires no special discussion. Whoever wills the end also wills. Insofar as reason has decisive influence on his actions, the indispensably necessary means in his control, an analytic proposition as far as willing is concerned. The imperatives of prudence would coincide with those of skill and be equally analytic if only a determinate concept of happiness were available. But happiness is so indeterminate that no finite being can make for himself a determinate concept of what he actually wants. Its elements are empirical. Yet the idea requires an absolute whole, a maximum of well-being in present and every future condition. Omniscience would be required to determine with certainty what will make one truly happy. Imperatives of prudence cannot, to be precise, command at all, but are counsels rather than commands. Happiness is not an ideal of reason, but of imagination. By contrast, The question of how the imperative of morality is possible is the only one in need of a solution. Since it is not hypothetical and its objectively represented necessity cannot rely on any presupposition. And it must never slip our attention that whether any such imperative exists at all cannot be made out by any example, hence empirically. Quote, finally, there is one imperative that, without presupposing as its condition any other purpose to be attained by a certain course of conduct, commands this conduct immediately. This imperative is categorical. It concerns not the matter of the action or what is to result from it, but the form and the principle for which it does itself follow, and the essential good in it consists in the disposition, let the result be what it may. The categorical imperative, universal law, and moral examples. With the problem of the categorical imperative, I shall first try to see whether the mere concept of a categorical imperative may furnish its formula. How such an absolute command is possible will require particular effort suspended until the final section. When I think of a hypothetical imperative, I do not know in advance what it will contain until I am given the condition. But when I think of a categorical imperative, I know at once what it contains. Since besides the law, the imperative contains only the necessity of the maxim to conform with this law, whereas the law contains no limiting condition, nothing is left but the universality of a law as such with which the maxim ought to conform. There is therefore only a single categorical imperative. Act only according to that maxim, through which you can at the same time will that it become a universal law. Since the universality of the law, according to which effects happen, constitutes what is called nature in the most general sense, the existence of things in so far as determined according to universal laws, the universal imperative of duty can also be expressed. So act as if the maxim of your action were to become by your will a universal law of nature. If from this one imperative all imperatives of duty can be derived as from their principle, we shall at least indicate what we think by duty and what the concept means, even if we leave unsettled whether duty is not an empty concept. The categorical imperative is an a priori synthetic practical proposition. Gaining insight into its possibility causes no less difficulty in practical than in theoretical cognition. For examples, in the canon of moral judgment, we shall enumerate some duties, according to their usual division into duties to ourselves and to other human beings, into perfect and imperfect duties. First, someone weary of life because of ills grown to hopelessness asks whether it is contrary to a duty to oneself to take one's own life. His maxim, from self-love, I make it my principle to shorten my life if, when protracted any longer, it threatens more ill than it promises agreeableness. One soon sees that a nature whose law it were to destroy life by means of the same sensation whose function is to impel towards the advancement of life would contradict itself and not subsist as nature. That maxim could not take the place of universal law of nature and conflicts entirely with the supreme principle of all duty. Second, another pressured by need to borrow money knows he will not repay, yet sees that nothing will be lent unless he solemnly promises repayment. His maxim, when I believe myself in need of money, I shall borrow money and promise to repay it, even though I know that it will never happen. This principle of self-love may be consistent with his future well-being, but transformed into a universal law, it could never hold and harmonize with itself. Everyone, once believing himself in need, could promise whatever he fancies with the intention not to keep it, making promise and end impossible, since no one would believe he was being promised anything. Third, a third finds a talent that by cultivation could make him useful in all sorts of respects, yet prefers gratification to improving his predispositions. A nature could subsist according to such a universal law if human beings let talents rust and devoted themselves to idleness and enjoyment. But he cannot possibly will that this become a universal law of nature, for as a rational being he necessarily wills that all capacities in him be developed, because they serve him for all sorts of possible purposes. Fourth, one prospering while others struggle thinks, "What's it to me? I shall take nothing from him, not even envy him. I just do not feel like contributing to his well-being or assistance in need." Such a way of thinking as universal law could let the human race subsist, perhaps better than when everyone chatters about compassion yet cheats wherever he can. Yet it is impossible to will that such a principle hold everywhere as a law of nature. For a will resolving upon this would conflict with itself when cases arise in which one needs the love and compassion of others and would, by such a law sprung from one's own will, rob oneself of all hope of the assistance one wishes. One must be able to will that a maxim of our action become a universal law. This is the canon of judging immorally. Some maxims cannot even be thought without contradiction as universal laws of nature. Others can be thought thus, but cannot be willed as such. The first conflicts with strict or narrower, unrelenting duty, the second only with wider, meritorious duty. All duties, as far as the kind of obligation is concerned, are set out in dependence on the one principle. In every transgression, we find that we do not will our maxim to become universal law, but that its opposite should remain law, taking liberty to make an exception for ourselves. Considered from reason's point of view, there would be contradiction. Considered alternately from a will conforming with reason and from a will affected by inclination, there is antagonism by which universalities is transformed into generalities. Yet this proves we acknowledge the validity of the categorical imperative and permit ourselves a few exceptions. Perfect, strict duty, maxims whose universality cannot even be thought without contradiction, e.g. suicide, lying promise. Imperfect, meritorious duty, maxims that can be thought as universal laws of nature, but cannot be willed as such, e.g. neglect of talents, refusal of aid. We have established, at least, that if duty is to contain significance and actual legislation for our actions, it can do so only in categorical imperatives, not hypothetical ones. And we have presented distinctly the content of the categorical imperative that would contain the principle of all duty if there were such a thing. We are not yet ready to prove a priori that such an imperative is actually in place. One must put out of mind that its reality can be derived from some particular property of human nature. Duty is practical, unconditional necessity and must hold for all rational beings. Whatever is derived from special predisposition, feeling, or propensity yields a maxim for us, but not a law, a subjective principle, not an objective one on which we would be instructed to act even if every propensity were against it. The sublimity of the command in duty proves itself all the more, the less subjective causes favor it. Quote, "There is therefore only a single categorical imperative, and it is this: act only according to that maxim through which you can at the same time will let it become a universal law. Humanity as end in itself and the kingdom of ends." To discover the connection of the categorical imperative with the will of a rational being as such, one must take a step into the metaphysics of morals, a region differing from speculative philosophy. In practical philosophy, we are concerned with laws of what ought to happen even if it never does. Empirical doctrine of the soul is ruled out. The will is thought as a capacity to determine itself to action in conformity with the representation of certain laws, a capacity found only in rational beings. What serves the will as objective ground of self-determination is the end. If given by mere reason, it must hold equally for all rational beings. Subjective ends rest on incentives. Objective ends depend on motivating grounds holding for every rational being. Practical principles are formal if they abstract from all subjective ends, material if they have these at their foundation. Material ends intended at discretion are only relative and furnish hypothetical imperatives only. But suppose there is something whose existence in itself has absolute worth, that is, end in itself could be ground of determinate laws. The ground of a possible categorical imperative would lie in it alone. Now I say, a human being, and generally every rational being, exists as end in itself, not merely as means for the discretionary use of this or that will, but must in all actions toward itself or other rational beings always be considered at the same time as end. Objects of inclinations have conditional worth only, Inclinations themselves, as sources of need, are so far from absolute worth that freedom from them must rather be the universal wish of every rational being. Non-rational beings have only relative worth as means and are called things. Rational beings are called persons because their nature marks them out as ends in themselves, limiting all choice in objects of respect. Objective ends whose existence in itself is an end such that no other can be put in its place. Without such absolute worth, no supreme practical principle could be found. The practical imperative is therefore, so act that you use humanity, in your own person as well as in the person of any other, always at the same time as an end, never merely as a means. The self-murderer uses a person merely as means to preserving a bearable condition. A human being is not a thing and must in all actions be considered as end in itself. The lying promiser wants to use another merely as means who cannot at the same time contain the end of this action. Attacks on freedom and property show the same structure. With meritorious duty to oneself, action must harmonize with humanity as end, not merely avoid contradicting it. Neglecting predispositions to greater perfection is consistent with preservation of humanity, but not with its advancement. With meritorious duty to others, merely not detracting from happiness is negative agreement. The ends of a subject that is end in itself must, as much as possible, also be my ends. This principle is not borrowed from experience. Its universality aims at all rational beings. Humanity is represented not as subjective end one makes one's object, but as objective end constituting the supreme limiting condition of all subjective ends, and must arise from pure reason. The ground of all practical legislation lies objectively in the rule and form of universality, first principle, and subjectively in the end. If this end is subject of all ends, it determines the maxim of the will and makes it capable of a universal practical law. The will can be thought as giving universal law through its maxims only if it is free, a will independent of laws of determination through impulses of sensibility is freedom. A free will and a will under moral laws are one and the same. Three formulae, dignity, and autonomy. Every rational being must view itself as universally legislating with regard to any law to which it may be subject. This fitness of maxims for universal legislation marks it as end in itself. A world of rational beings as kingdom of ends is possible through their own legislation of all persons as members. Every rational being must act as if, through its maxims, it were at all times a legislating member of the universal kingdom of ends. The formal principle, so act as if your maxim were to serve at the same time as universal law of all rational beings. A kingdom of ends is possible only by analogy with a kingdom of nature, the former according to self-imposed maxims, the latter according to laws of externally necessitated causes. Even if nature and the kingdom of ends were united under one head, the latter would gain incentive but never increase in inner worth. The supreme legislator would still judge rational beings only by disinterested conduct from that idea alone. Morality is the relation of actions to the autonomy of the will, i.e., to possible universal legislation through maxims. Permissible actions agree with autonomy. Impermissible do not. A holy will necessarily harmonizes with laws of autonomy. Moral necessitation, obligation, is dependence on autonomy of a will not absolutely good, and cannot refer to a holy being. Objective necessity from obligation is duty. Although duty is thought as subjection to law, the person fulfilling all duties has sublimity in so far as he is at the same time legislating and only because of that subordinated. Respect for the law, not fear or inclination, gives moral worth. Our own will, in so far as it would act under the condition of possible universal legislation through its maxims, is the object of respect. Dignity of humanity consists in this capability to be universally legislating, with the proviso of also being subject to this legislation. In the kingdom of ends, everything has either price or dignity. What has price can be replaced by equivalent. What is elevated above any price has dignity. Market price belongs to what refers to general inclinations and needs. Fancy price to what conforms with taste without need. Inner worth, dignity, to what constitutes the condition under which alone something can be end in itself. Morality and humanity, in so far as capable of morality, alone have dignity. Fidelity in promising and benevolence from principles have inner worth not in effects or utility, but in dispositions. Maxims of the will, revealing themselves in actions, even when result does not favor them. Virtue's high claims rest on the share it obtains for a rational being in universal legislation, making it fit to be member of a possible kingdom of ends. Autonomy is the ground of dignity of humanity and every rational nature. The three ways of representing the principle of morality are fundamentally formulae of the selfsame law, one of which unites the other two. 1. Maxims as universal laws of nature, unity of form. 2. Rational being as end in itself, limiting all relative ends, plurality of matter. 3. Maxims harmonizing into a possible kingdom of ends as kingdom of nature, totality of the system. In moral judging, it is better to proceed by the strict method from the universal formula. Yet leading the same action through all three concepts brings the moral law closer to intuition. An absolutely good will cannot be evil. Its supreme law is to act on that maxim, the universality of which as law one can will at the same time, the only condition under which a will can never conflict with itself. Formula of universal law. Act only on maxims you can will as universal laws or laws of nature. Formula of humanity. Treat humanity, in yourself and in every other person, always as end, never merely as means. Formula of autonomy / kingdom of ends. Act as legislating member of a universal kingdom of ends. Maxims is self-imposed universal legislation. Quote, so act that you use humanity, in your own person as well as in the person of any other, always at the same time as an end, never merely as a means. Autonomy as supreme principle and heteronomy as its corruption. Autonomy of the will is the characteristic by which it is a law to itself, independently of any characteristic of the objects of willing. The principle of autonomy, not to choose otherwise than that the maxims of one's choice are also comprised as universal law in the same willing. That this rule is an imperative necessarily binding every rational will cannot be proved by mere analysis, because it is synthetic. One would need a critique of pure practical reason, business not belonging in the present section. But that the principle of autonomy is the sole principle of moral science can be established by analysis of the concepts of morality. Its principle must be categorical imperative commanding neither more nor less than autonomy. Heteronomy and spurious principles of morality. If the will seeks the law determining it in anything other than the fitness of its maxims for their own universal legislation, in a characteristic of any object, the outcome is always heteronomy. The will does not give itself the law. The object gives the law to it. This relation, whether on inclination or representations of reason, yields hypothetical imperatives only. I ought because I want something else. The categorical imperative says, I ought even if I wanted nothing else. I ought not to lie even if it brought no disgrace. It must abstract from objects so that practical reason may not administer alien interest, but prove its own commanding repute as supreme legislation. I ought to advance others' happiness not because its existence makes a difference to me, but because the maxim excluding it cannot be comprised in one willing as universal law. All principles entertained from heteronomy are either empirical or rational. Empirical principles from happiness rest on physical or moral feeling. Rational principles from perfection rest either on rational concept as effect of will or on independently existing perfection, will of God, as determining cause. Empirical principles are not fit to found moral laws. Universality and unconditional practical necessity vanish if ground is taken from human nature's particular arrangement. The principle of one's own happiness is most objectionable, not merely false, as experience contradicts the pretense that being well always tallies with behaving well, nor merely because making happy differs from making good, but because it underpins morality with incentives that undermine its sublimity, putting motives to virtue and vice in the same class, and teaching improved calculation while quenching the specific difference between them. Moral feeling remains closer to morality's dignity because it does virtue the honor of immediate delight and esteem, not telling her to her face that advantage, not beauty, ties us to her. Among rational grounds, ontological perfection, however empty, indeterminate, useless for finding the greatest sum fitting for us, and prone to revolve in a circle presupposing morality, is still better than theological derivation from divine all-perfect will, for we cannot intuit God's perfection but derive it from our concepts, foremost morality, and the concept of his will left otherwise. From desire for honor and dominion combined with horrendous representations of power, yields a morality of fear, not of free submission to laws. Duty and morality, with their principle of autonomy, remain untouched by these false routes. Only the search for a supreme practical ground has hitherto gone wrong. The present section has traced the concept of duty to the idea of autonomy through the formulae of the categorical imperative and shown heteronomy to be the source of all spurious moral principles. Proof that autonomy is not mere idea, but binding law requires the transition to the critique of pure practical reason, and therewith an account of freedom as the third term connecting the synthetic proposition of morality with the concept of a rational will. Quote, autonomy of the will is the characteristic of the will by which it is a law to itself, independently of any characteristic of the objects of willing. The principle of autonomy is thus not to choose in any other way than that the maxims of one's choice are also comprised as universal law in the same willing. Groundwork. Third section. Transition to the critique of pure practical reason. The third section closes the groundwork by asking what must be presupposed if the metaphysics of morals developed in the second section is to be more than analysis of concepts we already use. The concept of freedom is the key to the explanation of the autonomy of the will. From freedom, morality along with its principle follows by mere analysis. Yet the proposition that an absolutely good will is one whose maxim can always contain itself as universal law is synthetic, and its possibility requires a third term in which both cognitions are found. That term cannot be the nature of the world of sense. What freedom points to, and of which we a priori have an idea, cannot yet be fully indicated here, so as to make comprehensible the deduction of freedom from pure practical reason and the possibility of a categorical imperative. Still, the section prepares that critique by showing what freedom must mean, why it must be ascribed to all rational beings, how the apparent circle between freedom and morality is dissolved by two standpoints, and where human reason must acknowledge an extreme boundary, beyond which explanation cannot go. Freedom, autonomy, and the synthetic character of morality. A will is a kind of causality of living beings in so far as they are rational, and freedom would be that property of such causality by which it can be efficient independently of alien causes determining it. Just as natural necessity is the property of causality of all non-rational beings to be determined by influence of alien causes. This explication is negative and unfruitful for insight into freedom's essence. Yet from it flows a positive concept richer and more fruitful. Causality carries with it laws according to which, by a cause, a consequence must be posited. Freedom, though not a property of the will according to natural laws, is not lawless, but must be causality according to immutable laws of a special kind. Otherwise a free will would be absurd. Natural necessity was heteronomy of efficient causes. Freedom of the will is autonomy, the property of the will of being a law to itself. The proposition that the will in all actions is a law to itself designates only the principle of acting on no maxim other than that which can also have itself as object, as universal law. The formula of the categorical imperative and the principle of morality. A free will and a will under moral laws are one and the same. If freedom of the will is presupposed, Morality with its principle follows from it by analysis of the concept. Yet the latter is always synthetic. An absolutely good will is one whose maxim can always contain itself considered as universal law, a property not found by analysis of the concept of will. Good per se synthetic propositions are possible only when both cognitions are bound through connection with a third thing in which they are both found. The positive concept of freedom provides this third thing, which cannot, as with physical causes, be the nature of the world of sense. What this third thing is cannot yet be fully set forth here. Preparation is required before the deduction in the critique of pure practical reason. Negative freedom, independence of the will from determination by alien causes, the starting explication, insufficient alone. Positive freedom, autonomy causality according to self-given law, identical with morality's principle once the will is conceived as rational. Quote, natural necessity was a heteronomy of efficient causes, for every effect was possible only according to the law that something else determines the efficient cause to causality. What else, then, can freedom of the will be but autonomy, i.e., the property of the will of being a law to itself? Freedom is property of every rational will. It is not enough to attribute freedom to our will on whatever grounds, if we lack sufficient grounds to attribute it to all rational beings as well. Morality serves as law for us only as rational beings. It must hold for all rational beings and be derived solely from freedom. Freedom must therefore be proved as property of the will of all rational beings endowed with will as such. It cannot be established from supposed experiences of human nature. That is impossible and can be established solely a priori, but must be proved as belonging to the activity of rational beings as such. I say, every being that cannot act otherwise than under the idea of freedom is actually free in a practical respect. Precisely because of that, all laws inseparably bound up with freedom hold for it, as if it will have been declared free in itself and valid in theoretical philosophy. I assert that we must necessarily lend to every rational being that has a will also the idea of freedom, under which alone it acts. In such a being we conceive a reason that is practical, i.e. has causality with regard to its objects. One cannot think a reason that would self-consciously receive guidance from any other quarter with regard to its judgments, since the subject would not attribute determination of judgment to his reason, but to an impulse. Reason must view herself as authoress of her principles, independently of alien influences, and must consequently, as practical reason or will of a rational being, be viewed as free. Its will can be a will of its own only under the idea of freedom, and must thus for practical purposes be ascribed to all rational beings. Interest in morality and the apparent circle. We trace the determinate concept of morality back to the idea of freedom, which we could not prove as actual even in ourselves. We saw only that we must presuppose it if we want to think of being as rational and endowed with consciousness of causality with regard to actions, i.e. with a will, and on the same grounds must ascribe determining oneself under the idea of freedom to every being endowed with reason and will. From this presupposition flowed consciousness of a law for acting. Subjective principles of actions, maxims, must always be so taken that they can also hold objectively, universally as principles, and serve for our own universal legislation. But why ought I to subject myself to this principle as rational being as such, and thereby as legislating for all other rational beings? I concede that no interest impels me to do this, for that would yield no categorical imperative. Yet I must still necessarily take an interest and see how this can be. For this ought is actually a willing that holds for every rational being on the condition that reason were practical in it without hindrances. For beings like us, affected by sensibility as incentives of a different kind, what reason all by itself would do is not always done. That necessity of action is only called ought, and subjective necessity is distinguished from objective. Thus it seems as if in the idea of freedom we presuppose the moral law, the principle of autonomy itself, and cannot by itself prove its reality and objective necessity. we would have determined the genuine principle more accurately. But with regard to validity and practical necessity of subjecting oneself to it, we would have got no further. If someone asks why universal validity of our maxim as law must limit our actions, on what we found the worth we assign this way of acting, so great that no higher interest exists, and how a human being believes he feels personal worth in virtue of this alone, compared to which agreeable or disagreeable condition counts for nothing, we could not give a satisfactory answer. We find we can take interest in a characteristic carrying no interest in condition if it makes us capable of partaking in the latter should reason affect its distribution. Worthiness to be happy without the motivating ground of happiness can interest of itself. But this judgment is effective already presupposing moral law's importance, when by the idea of freedom we detach ourselves from empirical interest. We cannot yet see in this way that we ought to detach ourselves, consider ourselves free in acting, subject ourselves to certain laws, and find in our own personal worth making good the loss of everything valuable for our condition, or whence the moral law is binding. There appears a kind of circle from which there seems no escape. We take ourselves to be free in the order of efficient causes, so as to think ourselves under moral laws in the order of ends, and afterwards think ourselves subject to these laws because we ascribed freedom of will. For freedom and the will's own legislation are both autonomy and hence reciprocal concepts. We cannot yet argue that freedom is something to which we are actually conscious as a property of our will, and thence derive autonomy of will as principle of morality. For we would have had to prove freedom as a property of our will beforehand, which cannot succeed so long as we have not proved a will of a rational being as such to be free. We therefore cannot here pursue the first path, and must take the other, if not to establish morality and its principle, at least to secure its presumed reality by at least showing that freedom is not self-contradictory and must be presupposed if we want to act. Quote, there appears at this point, one must freely admit it, a kind of circle from which, as it seems, there is no escape. We take ourselves to be free in the order of efficient causes, so as to think ourselves under moral laws in the order of ends, and we afterwards think ourselves as subject to these laws because we have ascribed to ourselves freedom of the will. For freedom and the will's own legislation are both autonomy, and hence reciprocal concepts. Two standpoints and the resolution of the circle. A human being puts himself in thought on a level with everything else when he represents himself as subject to laws of the world of sense. But he cannot refrain from thinking of himself also as intelligence, as member of an intelligible world, to which merely the faculty of reason, independent of sensibility, gives law. As member of the world of sense, he would find all his actions determinable through natural law of desires and inclinations, through heteronomy of nature. As member of the intelligible world, he would find himself subject to laws independent of nature, not empirical, founded merely in reason. He would refer his causality as intelligence, not as human appearance, to himself as noumenon. And although he cannot get behind appearances, he must think of himself as intelligence, and hence as member of the intelligible world, for it is just in this that the formal character of his causality as rational being consists. A thinking human being draws this inference about all things occurring to him. The commonest understanding expects something invisible and active behind objects of sense, yet spoils it by soon making the invisible sensuous again. A human being finds in himself a capacity distinguishing him from all other things, even from himself in so far as affected by objects. Reason. As pure self-activity, it is elevated above understanding, which without sensibility would think nothing, whereas reason under the name of ideas shows spontaneity so pure that it marks out limits for understanding itself by distinguishing world of sense and world of understanding. On account of this, a rational being must view itself as intelligence, as belonging not to the world of sense, but to that of understanding. It has two standpoints from which it can consider itself and recognize law for the use of its powers in all actions. First, as belonging to the world of sense, under laws of nature, heteronomy. second, as belonging to the intelligible world, under laws independent of nature, founded merely in reason. As rational being belonging to the intelligible world, a human being can never think causality of his own will otherwise than under the idea of freedom. Independence from determining causes of the world of sense is freedom. With the idea of freedom, autonomy is inseparably bound up, and with it the universal principle of morality lying at the foundation of all actions of rational beings, just as the law of nature lies at the foundation of all appearances. World of sense, standpoint of appearance, heteronomy, natural necessity, inclinations, and empirical motives. World of understanding, intelligible world standpoint of intelligence, autonomy, laws of reason alone, freedom thought necessarily here. The suspicion of covert circle is now removed. When we think ourselves free, we transfer ourselves as members into the world of understanding and cognize autonomy of will along with morality. When we think ourselves bound by duty, we consider ourselves as belonging to the world of sense, and yet at the same time to the world of understanding. The same person can be thought in different sense and relation when called free from when taken, as piece of nature, to be subject to its laws. Both can coexist and must be united in the same subject. How the categorical imperative is possible and where explanation stops. A rational being counts itself as intelligence in the world of understanding and calls its causality a will. Yet it is also conscious of itself as piece of the world of sense, where actions are found as mere appearances of that causality, whose possibility from it we do not acquaint ourselves with, but must understand actions as determined by other appearances, desires, and inclinations. As mere member of the world of understanding, all actions would conform with autonomy of pure will. As mere piece of the world of sense, they would conform with heteronomy of nature and the principle of happiness. But since the world of understanding contains the ground of the world of sense, and hence of its laws, and is immediately legislating with regard to my will belonging wholly to the world of understanding, I cognize myself as intelligence, yet as belonging to the world of sense, still subject to the law of reason, containing its law in the idea of freedom, to autonomy of will. Laws of the world of understanding are imperatives for me, and conforming actions are duties. Thus, categorical imperatives are possible because the idea of freedom makes me member of an intelligible world in which, if I were that alone, all actions would conform with autonomy. Yet as at the same time I intuit myself as member of the world of sense, they ought to conform. This categorical ought represents a synthetic proposition a priori. To my will affected by sensuous desires there is added the idea of the same will belonging to the world of understanding, pure and practical by itself, containing the supreme condition of the former, according to reason. Roughly as concepts of understanding added to intuitions of the world of sense, make possible synthetic propositions a priori on which cognition of nature rests. The practical use of common human reason confirms this. Even the hardened scoundrel, presented with examples of probity, steadfastness, compassion, and benevolence involving great sacrifice, wishes he too might be so disposed, yet cannot easily bring it about because of inclinations, while wishing to be free from them. He proves that, with a will free from impulses of sensibility, he transfers himself into an order quite different from that of desires in the field of sensibility, expecting no gratification of desires, only greater inner worth of his person when he transfers himself to the standpoint of member of the world of understanding, which the idea of freedom necessitates. The moral ought is one's own necessary willing as member of an intelligible world. Thought is ought only in so far as one considers oneself simultaneously as member of the world of sense. On the extreme boundary of practical philosophy, all human beings think of themselves as having a will that is free. From this stem judgments that actions ought to have been done even if they were not. Yet freedom is no experiential concept and cannot be one, since experience may show the opposite of demands represented as necessary under this presupposition. Equally necessary is that everything happening be determined according to laws of nature. also no experiential concept, since it carries necessity and hence a priori cognition, yet confirmed by experience and presupposed if experience is to be possible. Freedom is only an idea of reason whose objective reality is doubtful in itself, whereas nature is a concept of understanding proved in examples. A dialectic arises. Freedom of will seems to contradict natural necessity, and for speculative purposes the route of natural necessity is more even and useful. Yet for practical purposes the footpath of freedom is the only one on which reason can be used in behavior. Philosophy and common reason alike cannot rationalize freedom away. No true contradiction can be found between freedom and natural necessity of the same human actions. This seeming contradiction must at least be convincingly eliminated, even if freedom's possibility cannot be comprehended. Otherwise, freedom would be given up in favor of natural necessity. Elimination is impossible if the subject deeming himself free were thought in the same sense and relation when called free as when subject to natural law with respect to the same action. Speculative philosophy must show that deception concerning contradiction rests in thinking a human being in different sense and relation. Both can coexist and must be united in the same subject, lest reason be burdened with an idea, entangling it in theoretical difficulty. This duty belongs to speculative philosophy only to clear the way for practical philosophy. Fatalism would otherwise seize the vacant ground and chase moral science from its supposed property. Yet the boundary of practical philosophy does not begin with this settlement. Practical philosophy demands only that speculative reason end the discord in theoretical questions, so practical reason may enjoy rest from external attacks. The legitimate claim of common human reason to freedom rests on consciousness and granted presupposition of independence of reason from merely subjectively determining causes, all belonging to sensation and sensibility. Considering himself as intelligence, a human being puts himself in a different order in relation to determining grounds when he thinks himself as intelligence endowed with will and causality than when he perceives himself as phenomenon subjecting causality to laws of nature. He becomes aware that both can and must take place at the same time, as thing in appearance subject to certain laws from which the same as thing in itself is not contradictory. The twofold representation rests on consciousness of himself as object affected through senses and on consciousness of himself as intelligence independent of sensuous impressions in use of reason. A human being presumes a will letting nothing belonging merely to desires and inclinations be put on its account, and thinks possible, indeed necessary, actions done only by setting aside all desires and sensuous stimulations, whose causality lies in him as intelligence, according to principles of an intelligible world known only as that in which pure reason independent of sensibility gives law. As intelligence, he is the actual self. As human being, he is appearance of himself. And those laws concern him immediately and categorically, so that what inclinations stimulate cannot infringe laws of willing as intelligence, even to the extent that he does not answer for the former or attribute them to his actual self, as opposed to the lenience he would show if he conceded them influence on maxims to the disadvantage of rational laws of will. By thinking itself into a world of understanding, practical reason does not overstep boundaries. It would if it wanted to look or sense itself into it. The former is only negative thought regarding the world of sense, positive in one point. Freedom as negative determination combined with capacity and causality of reason called will to act, so that the principle conforms with essential characteristic of rational cause, universal validity of maxim as law. If reason fetched an object of will, a motive, from the world of understanding, it would overstep bounds. The concept of world of understanding is a standpoint reason sees itself necessitated to take outside appearances in order to think itself practical, necessary in so far as consciousness of one's self as intelligence, rational cause active through reason operating freely, is not to be denied. This thought leads to idea of another order and legislation than mechanism of nature, making necessary the concept of intelligible world as whole of rational beings as things in themselves. Without presumption to think of it further than according to formal condition, universality of maxim as law, hence autonomy. Laws determined with reference to object yield heteronomy, found only in laws of nature applying to world of sense. Concluding remark: incomprehensibility as the limit of reason. Reason would overstep all bounds if it undertook to explain how pure reason can be practical, the same task as explaining how freedom is possible. We can explain nothing but what we trace to laws whose object can be given in possible experience. Freedom is mere idea whose objective reality cannot be established by laws of nature or any possible experience. It can never be comprehended or inspected because it cannot be underpinned by analogy. It holds only as necessary presupposition of reason in beings that cannot act otherwise than under idea of freedom. The interest attaching to moral law is not the ground of its validity. That would be heteronomy and dependence of practical reason on sensibility. The law interests because it is valid for us as human beings, since it arose from our will as intelligence, from our actual self, while what belongs to mere appearance is necessarily subordinated by reason to constitution of the thing in itself. The question how a categorical imperative is possible can be answered to the extent that one can state the presupposition on which alone it is possible, the idea of freedom, and see the necessity of this presupposition sufficient for practical use of reason, conviction of validity of imperative and moral law. How the presupposition itself is possible can never be understood by human reason. On presupposition of freedom of will of an intelligence, its autonomy as formal condition under which alone it can be determined is necessary consequence. To presuppose this freedom is not only possible without contradiction with natural necessity and appearances, as speculative philosophy can show, but for a rational being conscious of causality through reason and hence of will distinct from desires, necessary to suppose practically in the idea in all chosen actions. Yet no human reason can explain how pure reason without other incentives can by itself be practical. How the mere principle of universal validity of maxims as laws, without matter of will, in which interest could be taken in advance, can yield incentive producing purely moral interest. All effort to explain this is lost. It is the same as seeking to fathom how freedom itself, as causality of will, is possible. One leaves the explanatory ground of philosophy and has no other, fluttering in the intelligible world with well-founded idea, but no acquaintance achievable by natural rational faculty. Here is the supreme boundary of all moral inquiry. Determining it matters so that reason may not, on one hand, harmfully search the world of sense for supreme motive and comprehensible empirical interest, nor on the other impotently flap wings in empty space of transcendent concepts under the name of intelligible world. The idea of pure world of understanding as whole of intelligences to which we belong as rational beings, though also members of world of sense, remains useful and permissible for rational faith even where all knowledge ends. To affect lively interest in moral law through the glorious ideal of universal kingdom of ends in themselves, to which we can belong as members only by conducting ourselves according to maxims of freedom, as if they were laws of nature. The speculative use of reason regarding nature leads to absolute necessity of some supreme cause of the world. The practical use regarding freedom leads to absolute necessity of laws of actions, of rational being as such. Reason pursues cognition up to consciousness of necessity, yet it cannot see necessity of what exists, happens, or ought to happen unless a condition is available as foundation, and by constant inquiry satisfaction is postponed. It restlessly seeks the unconditionally necessary and must assume it without means of making it comprehensible, fortunate if it detects a compatible concept. It is no criticism of our deduction of the supreme principle of morality, but accusation against human reason as such that it cannot make comprehensible the absolute necessity of an unconditional practical law, such as the categorical imperative must be. that it will not ground this in condition, and interest cannot be held against it, for then it would not be moral law, supreme law of freedom. We do not comprehend the practical unconditional necessity of the moral imperative. We comprehend its incomprehensibility, and that is all philosophy, striving to the boundary of human reason, can reasonably require. Quote, here, then, is the supreme boundary of all moral inquiry, and determining it is of great importance just for this purpose alone, that reason may not, on the one hand, in a manner harmful to morals, search around in the world of sense for the supreme motive and a comprehensible but empirical interest, nor, on the other hand, impotently flap her wings without moving from the spot in the space, empty for her, of transcendent concepts, under the name of the intelligible world, and so lose herself among phantasms. Quote, we do not comprehend the practical, unconditional necessity of the moral imperative, yet we do comprehend its incomprehensibility, and this is all that can reasonably be required of a philosophy that in its principles strives up to the boundary of human reason. Critique of Practical Reason. Critique of Practical Reason, Preface. Title, Task, and Freedom as Keystone. The present work is entitled A Critique of Practical Reason generally, not a critique of pure practical reason, although the parallelism with the speculative critique might seem to require the latter title. The reason is methodological. This treatise has merely to show that there is pure practical reason, and for that purpose it criticizes reason's entire practical faculty. If it succeeds, it has no need to criticize the pure faculty itself in order to see whether reason merely makes a presumptuous claim, as speculative reason does when it oversteps its bounds. For if pure reason is really practical, it proves its reality and that of its concepts by what it does, and all subtle reasoning against the possibility of its being practical is futile. With this faculty, transcendental freedom is also established in that absolute sense in which speculative reason needed it for the concept of causality when it sought to rescue itself from the antinomy of the unconditioned in the series of causes. Speculative reason could put freedom forward only problematically, as not impossible to think, without assuring it objective reality. Now the concept of freedom, insofar as its reality is proved by an apodictic law of practical reason, constitutes the keystone of the whole structure of a system of pure reason, even of speculative reason. The ideas of God and immortality, which as mere ideas remain without support in speculative use, attach themselves to this concept and with it, and by means of it get stability and objective reality. Their possibility is proved by the reality of freedom, for freedom reveals itself through the moral law. Among all ideas of speculative reason, freedom alone is that whose possibility we know a priori, though without insight into it, because it is the condition of the moral law, which we do know. The ideas of God and immortality are not conditions of the moral law, but only conditions of the necessary object of a will determined by this law, namely the highest good. We cannot affirm that we cognize or have insight into even the possibility of those ideas, but in the practical relation their possibility can and must be assumed, although we cannot theoretically cognize them. For practical purposes, it suffices that they contain no intrinsic impossibility. Here there is a ground of assent that is, in comparison with speculative reason, merely subjective but objectively valid for a reason equally pure yet practical. By means of freedom, objective reality is given to the ideas of God and immortality, and a warrant, indeed a subjective necessity, is provided to assume them, though reason is not thereby extended in theoretical cognition. This need is not hypothetical for discretionary speculation, but a need having the force of law to assume something without which what one ought unfailingly to set as the aim of one's conduct cannot happen. Ratio essendi / ratio cognoscendi. Freedom is the ground of being of the moral law, while the moral law is the ground of our becoming aware of freedom. Without the moral law, we would never be justified in assuming freedom, yet without freedom the moral law would not be encountered in ourselves at all. Quote, now, the concept of freedom, insofar as its reality is proved by an apodictic law of practical reason, constitutes the keystone of the whole structure of a system of pure reason, even of speculative reason, and all other concepts, those of God and immortality, which as mere ideas remain without support in the latter, now attach themselves to this concept, and with it, and by means of it get stability and objective reality. Practical reality, appearance, and the two objections. It would be more satisfying to speculative reason to solve those problems for itself without this circuit. But our faculty of speculation is not so well off. Those who boast of such high cognition should present it publicly. Since they do not in fact want to, presumably because they cannot, we must take up these weapons again and seek in the moral use of reason the concepts of God, freedom, and immortality, for the possibility of which speculation finds no sufficient guarantee. Here the enigma of the critical philosophy is first explained. How one can deny objective reality to the supersensible use of the categories in speculation, and yet grant them reality with respect to the objects of pure practical reason. A thorough analysis of practical use shows that the reality thought of here does not aim at any theoretical determination of the categories or extension of cognition to the supersensible, but only that in this respect an object belongs to them, because they are contained in the necessary determination of the will a priori or inseparably connected with its determination. Practical reason, without collusion with speculative reason, furnishes reality to a supersensible object of the category of causality, namely freedom, and establishes by means of a fact what could there only be thought. The strange though incontestable assertion of the speculative critique that even the thinking subject is an inner intuition, a mere appearance to itself, gets its full confirmation in the critique of practical reason. I also understand why the most considerable objections turn about 2 points. The objective reality of categories applied to noumena, denied in theoretical cognition and affirmed in practical, and the paradoxical requirement to make oneself as subject of freedom a noumenon yet, with regard to nature, a phenomenon in one's own empirical consciousness. Until one has formed determinate concepts of morality and freedom, one cannot conjecture what to put as noumenon at the basis of appearance, or whether such a concept is possible, since all concepts of the pure understanding and theoretical use were assigned exclusively to mere appearances. Only a detailed critique of practical reason can remove this misinterpretation. Union of causality as freedom and as mechanism. In one and the same subject, the human being, this union is impossible without representing him with regard to the first as a being in itself, and with regard to the second as an appearance. The former in pure, the latter in empirical consciousness. Otherwise, the contradiction of reason with itself is unavoidable. Quote, now practical reason of itself, without any collusion with speculative reason, furnishes reality to a supersensible object of the category of causality, namely to freedom, although, as a practical concept, only for practical use, and hence establishes by means of a fact what could there only be thought. Systematic re-examination, freedom, in relation to the groundwork. So much by way of justifying that in this work the concepts and principles of pure speculative reason, which have already undergone their special critique, are now and again subjected to examination. Although this would not elsewhere be appropriate to systematic procedure, it was here allowed and necessary because reason is considered in transition to a quite different use of those concepts. Such a transition makes it necessary to compare the old use with the new, to distinguish the new path from the previous one, and to draw attention to their connection. These considerations should not be regarded as interpolations filling gaps in the critical system of speculative reason, or as props added to a hastily constructed building, but as true members that make the connection of the system plain, so that concepts which could there be represented only problematically can now be seen in their real presentation. With regard to freedom, one cannot help observing with surprise that so many boast of understanding it in its psychological context, whereas if they had pondered it in its transcendental context, they would have cognized its indispensability as a problematic concept in the complete use of speculative reason and its complete incomprehensibility, and if they afterwards proceeded to practical use, They would have had to arrive at the same determination they are now so unwilling to agree to. The concept of freedom is the stumbling block for all empiricists, but also the key to the most sublime practical principles for critical moralists. I beg the reader not to pass lightly over what is said about this concept at the conclusion of the analytic. The system presupposes the groundwork of the metaphysics of morals only insofar as that work provides preliminary acquaintance with the principle of duty in a determinate formula. Otherwise, this critique stands on its own. The complete classification of practical sciences was not added, as in the speculative critique, because the special determination of duties as human duties is possible only after the subject is cognized as he is really constituted, which does not belong to a critique of practical reason as such, whose task is only to give a complete account of the principles of its possibility, extent, and limits. In the second chapter of the analytic, I have dealt with the objection of a reviewer of the groundwork that the concept of the good was not established before the moral principle. I have also taken into consideration many other objections from men who show that they have at heart the discovery of truth. When it is a matter of determining a faculty of the human soul, one can begin only with the parts and an accurate presentation of them. But there is a second, more philosophic and architectonic thing to be attended to, namely to grasp correctly the idea of the whole, and from it to see all parts in their mutual relation by derivation from the concept of that whole. Those who find a first inquiry too irksome cannot reach the overview, which is a synthetic return to what was given analytically. It is no wonder they find inconsistencies everywhere, though the gaps are in their own incoherent train of thought. Quote, "The concept of freedom is the stumbling block for all empiricists, but also the key to the most sublime practical principles for critical moralists, who thereby see that they must necessarily proceed rationally. For this reason, I beg the reader not to pass lightly over what is said about this concept at the conclusion of the analytic. Language a priori cognition and empiricism. I have no fear of the reproach that I want to introduce a new language, because here the kind of cognition itself approaches popularity. To invent new words where the language has no lack of expressions is a childish effort to distinguish oneself from the crowd. If readers know more popular expressions equally suitable to the thought, they would oblige me. If they show the nullity of the thoughts, they would deserve well of philosophy. In this way, the a priori principles of the faculties of cognition and of desire would be found and determined, and a firm basis laid for a scientific system of philosophy, both theoretical and practical. Nothing worse could happen to these labors than the discovery that there is no a priori cognition at all. But there is no danger of this. It would be tantamount to proving by reason that there is no reason. Rational cognition and cognition a priori are one and the same. It is an outright contradiction to want to extract necessity from an empirical proposition and to give a judgment, along with necessity, true universality. To substitute subjective necessity, custom, for objective necessity found only in a priori judgments is to deny to reason the ability to judge an object. Hume would be quite content with universal empiricism of principles. He asked nothing more than subjective necessity in the concept of cause, so as to deny to reason any judgment about God, freedom, and immortality. But Hume did not make empiricism so universal as to include mathematics. If one assumes universal empiricism of principles, mathematics will be included, and when mathematics conflicts with reason that admits only empirical principles, as in the antinomy of infinite divisibility, one must ask, like Cheselden's blind man, which deceives me, sight or touch? Universal empiricism reveals itself as genuine skepticism, which admits no touchstone at all except in a priori principles. Life, faculty of desire, pleasure. Life is the faculty of a being to act in accordance with laws of the faculty of desire. The faculty of desire is a being's faculty to be by means of its representations the cause of the reality of the objects of these representations. Pleasure is the representation of the agreement of an object or action with the subjective conditions of life. These definitions leave undecided whether pleasure must always be put at the basis of the faculty of desire or only follows upon its determination under certain conditions. Quote, "It is an outright contradiction to want to extract necessity from an empirical proposition, ex pomis aquam, and to give a judgment, along with necessity, true universality, without which there is no rational inference, and so not even inference from analogy, which is at least a presumed universality and objective necessity, and therefore presupposes it." Terminological clarifications. I am less worried about unintelligibility than about misinterpretation of expressions sought out with the greatest care. Under modality in the table of categories of practical reason, the permitted and the forbidden, practically objectively possible and impossible, must be distinguished from duty and contrary to duty. The former relate to what harmonizes or conflicts with a merely possible practical precept, the latter to a law actually present in reason as such. The idea of wisdom was distinguished from holiness as identical in ground and objectively, but wisdom was taken subjectively as an attribute the human being, the Stoic, lays claim to. A postulate of pure practical reason must not be confused with postulates of pure mathematics. The latter postulate the possibility of an action whose object has been theoretically cognized a priori. The former postulate the possibility of an object itself, God and immortality, from apodictic practical laws, and therefore only on behalf of practical reason. The certainty is not theoretical, but a necessary hypothesis for the subject's observance of objective practical laws. Quote, "A reviewer who wanted to say something censuring this work hit the mark better than he himself may have intended when he said that no new principle of morality is set forth in it, but only a new formula. But whoever knows what a formula means to a mathematician, which determines quite precisely what is to be done to solve a problem, and does not let him miss it, will not take a formula that does this with respect to all duty in general as something that is insignificant and can be dispensed with." Critique of Practical Reason. Introduction. On the idea of a critique of practical reason. The theoretical use of reason was concerned with objects of the cognitive faculty only, and a critique of it with regard to this use dealt only with the pure cognitive faculty, since this raised the suspicion, afterwards confirmed, that it might easily lose itself beyond its boundaries among unattainable objects or even contradictory concepts. It is quite different with the practical use of reason. Here reason is concerned with the determining grounds of the will, which is a faculty either of producing objects corresponding to representations or of determining itself to affect such objects, whether the physical power is sufficient or not, that is, of determining its causality. In that, reason can at least suffice to determine the will and always has objective reality insofar as volition alone is at issue. The first question is whether pure reason of itself alone suffices to determine the will, or whether it can be a determining ground of the will only as empirically conditioned. Here enters a concept of causality justified by the critique of pure reason, although not capable of being presented empirically, namely freedom. If we can discover grounds for proving that this property belongs to the human will, and so to the will of all rational beings, then it will not only be shown that pure reason can be practical, but that it alone, and not reason empirically limited, is unconditionally practical. Consequently, we shall not have to do a critique of pure practical reason, but only of practical reason as such. For pure reason, once shown to exist, needs no critique. It contains the standard for the critical examination of every use of it. The critique of practical reason, as such, must prevent empirically conditioned reason from presuming that it alone and exclusively furnishes the determining ground of the will. If there is pure reason, its use is alone immanent. The empirically conditioned use, which lays claim to absolute rule, is transcendent and expresses itself in demands beyond its sphere. The opposite relation for what holds of pure reason in speculative use. Doctrine of elements and method. The division must conform in general outline to the speculative critique, a doctrine of elements and a doctrine of method. Within the former, an analytic as rule of truth and a dialectic as exposition and resolution of illusions. But the order in the subdivision of the analytic is reversed. Here we begin with principles and proceed to concepts, and only then, where possible, to the senses. In speculative reason, we began with the senses and ended with principles. The ground lies in this. We have to do with a will and consider reason not in relation to objects, but in relation to this will and its causality. The principles of empirically unconditioned causality must come first, and only afterward can we attempt to establish our concepts of the determining ground of such a will. The law of causality from freedom, that is, some pure practical rational principle, constitutes the unavoidable beginning and determines the objects to which alone it can be referred. Quote, "If it is proved that there is pure reason, its use is alone immanent. The empirically conditioned use, which lays claim to absolute rule, is on the contrary transcendent and expresses itself in demands and commands that go quite beyond its sphere, precisely the opposite relation from what could be said of pure reason in its speculative use." CPR Analytic, Chapter 1, on the principles of pure practical reason. Definition: maxims, laws, and imperatives. Practical principles are propositions containing a general determination of the will, having under them several practical rules. They are subjective, or maxims, when the condition is regarded by the subject as holding only for his will, but objective or practical laws, when the condition is cognized as objective, holding for the will of every rational being. If pure reason can contain within itself a practical ground sufficient to determine the will, there are practical laws. Otherwise, all practical principles will be mere maxims. Within a pathologically affected will, there can be conflict of maxims with practical laws cognized by the subject himself. For example, the maxim to let no insult pass unavenged cannot harmonize with itself as a rule for the will of every rational being. In cognition of nature, the principles of what happens are at the same time laws of nature, because their reason is theoretical and determined by the constitution of the object. In practical cognition, cognition having to do only with determining grounds of the will, the principles one makes for oneself are not yet laws to which one is unavoidably subject, because reason in the practical has to do with the subject and his faculty of desire, to whose special constitution the rule can variously conform. A practical rule is always a product of reason because it prescribes action as means to an effect. But for a being in whom reason alone is not the determining ground of the will, this rule is an imperative, a rule indicated by an ought, expressing objective necessitation. Imperatives hold objectively and are distinct from maxims. Hypothetical imperatives contain precepts of skill. Categorical imperatives alone are practical laws, determining the will simply as will even before one asks whether one has the ability required for a desired effect. Tell someone he must work and save in youth in order not to want in old age. A correct practical precept, but only subjectively conditioned necessity. Tell someone he ought never to make a lying promise. A rule concerning only his will, regardless of whether his purposes are attained. If practically correct, it is a law because it is categorical. Practical laws refer only to the will, without regard to what is attained by its causality. Maxim/practical law. Subjective principle of volition versus objective principle cognized as binding for every rational will. Only the latter can be a law in the strict sense. Hypothetical/categorical imperative. Skill precept conditioned on a desired effect versus law determining the will as such, with necessity independent of pathological conditions. Quote, "Tell someone that he ought never to make a lying promise." This is a rule that has to do only with his will, regardless of whether the purposes the human being may have can be thereby attained. The mere volition is that which is to be determined completely a priori by this rule. If now it is found that this rule is practically correct, then it is a law because it is a categorical imperative. Theorem I. Material principles and empirical grounds. All practical principles that presuppose an object of the faculty of desire as determining ground of the will are, without exception, empirical and can furnish no practical laws. By the matter of the faculty of desire, I understand an object whose reality is desired. When desire for this object precedes the practical rule, and is the condition of its becoming a principle. The principle is always empirical. The determining ground of choice is the representation of an object and its relation to the subject by which the faculty of desire is determined to realize the object. Such relation is called pleasure in the reality of an object and must be presupposed as condition of the possibility of determination of choice. It cannot be cognized a priori whether any representation will be connected with pleasure or displeasure. Hence, the determining ground of choice and the practical material principle must always be empirical. A principle based only on subjective receptivity to pleasure or displeasure can serve as maxim for the subject who possesses this receptivity, but not as law even for him. Because it lacks objective necessity cognized a priori, it can never furnish a practical law. Theorem 2. Self-love and the lower faculty of desire. All material practical principles as such are of one and the same kind and come under the general principle of self-love or one's own happiness. Pleasure arising from the representation of the existence of a thing, insofar as it is to be a determining ground of desire, depends upon receptivity of the subject and belongs to sense, not understanding. A rational being's consciousness of agreeableness of life uninterruptedly accompanying his existence is happiness. The principle of making this the supreme, determining ground of choice is self-love. All material principles placing the determining ground in pleasure or displeasure felt in the reality of some object belong, without exception, to self-love. All material practical rules put the determining ground of the will in the lower faculty of desire. Were there no merely formal laws sufficient to determine it, neither could any higher faculty of desire be admitted. Quote, all material practical principles as such are, without exception, of one and the same kind, and come under the general principle of self-love or one's own happiness. Remarks on refinement, happiness, and universality. It is surprising that acute men believe they can distinguish lower and higher faculty of desire, according to whether pleasing representations have their origin in senses or understanding. When one inquires about determining grounds of desire, and puts at the basis the agreeableness expected from something, it does not matter where the representation comes from, but only how much it pleases. Representations of understanding can determine choice only by presupposing feeling of pleasure. Their determining ground depends wholly on inner sense. The feeling by which alone they constitute the determining ground of the will is of one kind, cognizable only empirically and affecting one vital force, differing only in degree. One can compare magnitudes of determining grounds and prefer what most affects the faculty of desire. The hunt over the unread instructive book, the meal over the fine speech, the gaming table over the intellectual conversation, the theater over benefiting the poor when money suffices only for admission. Passing off refined joys as a different way of determining the will, though they presuppose feeling implanted as first condition, is like ignorant metaphysicians superrefine matter. Epicurus, if virtue determines the will only through gratification promised, cannot be faulted for holding intellectual and sensuous gratifications of the same kind. Consistency is the greatest obligation of a philosopher. Either there is no higher faculty of desire, or pure reason must be practical of itself, and determine the will by mere form of a practical rule, without presupposing any feeling. Then only is reason truly a higher faculty, and the least empirical admixture infringes its superiority as empirical condition in a mathematical demonstration degrades its dignity. To be happy is necessarily the demand of every rational finite being, yet satisfaction with one's whole existence is a problem imposed by finite nature, not beatitude. The material determining ground can be cognized only empirically. This problem cannot be regarded as law, since law must contain the same determining ground for all rational beings. Happiness is the general name for subjective determining grounds and determines nothing specific. Principles of self-love can contain universal rules of skill, but only theoretical principles. Practical precepts based on them can never be universal because the ground rests on feeling, never assumed universally directed to the same objects. Even unanimous agreement among finite, rational beings about objects of pleasure would not make self-love a practical law. The determining ground would remain subjectively valid and empirical, without objective necessity from a priori grounds. Theorem 3. Form as the sole remaining ground. If a rational being is to think his maxims as practical universal laws, he can think them only as principles containing the determining ground of the will, not by their matter, but only by their form. If the object is the determining ground, the rule is subject to empirical condition and is not a practical law. All that remains of a law, when everything material is separated, is the mere form of giving universal law. Either he cannot think his maxims as universal laws, or he must assume that their mere form, by which they are fit for giving universal law, alone makes them practical laws. The most common understanding can distinguish what form in a maxim makes it fit for giving universal law. I have made it my maxim to increase wealth by every safe means. A deposit whose owner died without record is a case for my maxim. But could this maxim hold as universal practical law? I could not through it give a law that everyone may deny a deposit no one can prove was made. Such a principle as law would annihilate itself. A practical law must qualify for giving universal law, an identical and self-evident proposition. I cannot cite inclination as determining ground appropriate to universal practical law. In the form of universal law, inclination must destroy itself. To pass off desire for happiness as universal practical law is strange. Whereas elsewhere universal law makes everything harmonious, here the worst conflict and annihilation of the maxim would follow, for each has his own welfare. Empirical determining grounds are fit neither for universal external legislation nor internal lawgiving. Quote, a practical law that I cognize as such must qualify for a giving of universal law. This is an identical proposition and therefore self-evident. Now, if I say that my will is subject to a practical law, I cannot cite my inclination, e.g., in the present case my avarice, as the determining ground of my will appropriate to a universal practical law. Problems 1 and 2, freedom and the moral law. Problem I, will determinable by form alone. Supposing the mere law-giving form of maxims is the only sufficient determining ground of a will, to find the constitution of a will determinable by it alone. Since the mere form of a law can be represented only by reason, and is not an object of the senses, the representation of this form as determining ground is distinct from all determining grounds of events in nature. If no other determining ground can serve as law, such a will must be thought altogether independent of the law of appearances and their relations, namely the law of causality. Such independence is freedom in the strictest, transcendental sense. A will for which the mere law-giving form of maxim can alone serve as law is a free will. Problem 2. Law competent for a free will. Supposing a will is free, to find the law alone competent to determine it necessarily. The matter of a practical law can never be given otherwise than empirically, whereas a free will must nevertheless be determinable. It must find a determining ground in the law independently of matter. Besides matter, nothing further is contained in the law than law-giving form. This form, insofar as contained in the maxim, is the only thing that can constitute determining ground of the will. Freedom and unconditional practical law reciprocally imply each other. I do not ask whether they are different or whether unconditional law is merely self-consciousness of pure practical reason identical with positive freedom. I ask from what our cognition of the unconditionally practical starts. It cannot start from freedom. We are not immediately conscious of it. Its first concept is negative, and experience cognizes only mechanism. Therefore, the moral law, of which we become immediately conscious when we draw up maxims for ourselves, first offers itself and leads directly to freedom, presenting itself as determining ground not to be outweighed by sensible conditions. Consciousness of pure practical laws arises as consciousness of pure theoretical principles, by attending to necessity with which reason prescribes them and setting aside empirical conditions. Morality first discloses freedom. Practical reason poses to speculative reason its most insoluble problem. Experience confirms this. The lustful man admits he could control inclination before gallows. Asked whether he could give false testimony on pain of death, he admits without hesitation that it would be possible. He judges he can because he is aware he ought, and cognizes freedom, which, without the moral law, would have remained unknown. Fact of reason. Consciousness of the fundamental moral law cannot be reasoned out from antecedent data, such as consciousness of freedom. It forces itself upon us as synthetic a priori proposition, the sole fact of pure reason announcing itself as originally law-giving. Quote, "It is therefore the moral law, of which we become immediately conscious as soon as we draw up maxims of the will for ourselves, that first offers itself to us, and, inasmuch as reason presents it as a determining ground not to be outweighed by any sensible conditions, and indeed quite independent of them, leads directly to the concept of freedom." The fundamental law, corollary, and theorem 4. The fundamental law of pure practical reason. So act that the maxim of your will could always hold at the same time as a principle in a giving of universal law. Pure geometry has postulates as practical propositions, presupposing one could do something if required. Here the rule says one ought absolutely to proceed in a certain way. The practical rule is unconditional, represented a priori as categorical practical proposition by which the will is objectively determined absolutely and immediately. Pure reason, practical of itself, is immediately law-giving. The will is thought independent of empirical conditions, determined by mere form of law as supreme condition of all maxims. The a priori thought of possible giving of universal law is unconditionally commanded without borrowing from experience or external will. Not a precept for producing a desired effect, but a rule determining the will a priori only with respect to form of maxims. Consciousness of this fundamental law may be called a fact of reason because one cannot reason it out from antecedent data, for example, consciousness of freedom, and because it forces itself upon us as synthetic a priori proposition not based on intuition. It would be analytic if freedom were presupposed, but that would require intellectual intuition. It is not empirical fact, but sole fact of pure reason, which announces itself as originally law-giving. Pure reason is practical of itself alone and gives the human being a universal law called the moral law. The fact is undeniable. Analyze judgments people pass on lawfulness of actions, and one finds reason, incorruptible and self-constrained, always holds the maxim up to pure will. This principle, by universality of law-giving as formal supreme, determining ground regardless of subjective differences, is declared law for all rational beings insofar as they have will, the ability to determine causality by representation of rules. It is not limited to human beings, but includes finite beings with reason and will, and even the infinite being as supreme intelligence. For human beings, the law has form of imperative, since pure will can be presupposed, but not wholly will incapable of maxim conflicting with moral law. Obligation signifies necessitation by reason and objective law to action called duty. Pathologically affected, yet free choice brings wish opposed to pure determining ground, needing resistance of practical reason as moral necessitation, intellectual constraint. Holiness belongs to self-sufficient intelligence, as incapable of maxim, not objectively law. Finite beings approximate holiness without end under pure moral law. Virtue is unending progress and constancy, never completed with apodictic certainty. Theorem 4. Autonomy and heteronomy. Autonomy of the will is the sole principle of all moral laws and duties. Heteronomy of choice not only grounds no obligation, but is opposed to obligation and morality. The sole principle of morality consists in independence from all matter of the law and determination through mere form of giving universal law a maxim must be capable of. That independence is freedom in negative sense. Law-giving of pure practical reason is freedom in positive sense. The moral law expresses nothing other than autonomy of pure practical reason, that is, freedom, as formal condition under which alone maxims accord with supreme practical law. If matter of volition enters into practical law as condition of possibility, heteronomy results. Dependence on natural law of impulse, while giving itself not law, but precept for pathological law. Such maxim establishes no obligation and opposes pure practical reason and moral disposition, even if action conforms to law. A practical precept with material empirical condition must never be reckoned practical law. Matter of practical rules rests on subjective conditions, affording only conditional universality. All turn on self-love. Every volition must have object and matter, but matter is not thereby determining ground. If it were, maxim could not be presented in form of giving universal law. Happiness of others can be object of will, but if determining ground of maxim, one must presuppose need not in every rational being. Matter can remain, but must not be condition. Mere form limiting matter must be ground for adding matter without presupposing it. Law to promote others' happiness arises not from presupposing it as everyone's object, but from form of universality, limiting maxim of self-love. The direct opposite of morality is self-love as determining ground. Whatever puts determining ground elsewhere than law-giving form counts with it. This conflict is practical, not merely logical. Morality maintains itself because reason's voice is distinct and audible to common human beings, ruinable only in school speculations. The false witness pleading sacred duty of happiness. The recommender praising stewards' refined self-interest using others' goods. Common understanding laughs or shrinks. Morality and self-love are sharply bounded. The principle of happiness furnishes maxims never fit for laws of will. Even universal happiness as object rests on empirical data, yielding general, not universal rules. Moral law is objectively necessary for everyone with reason and will. Self-love advises, morality commands. What autonomy requires is seen easily by common understanding. Heteronomy requires worldly knowledge. Duty is plain, lasting advantage is veiled. Categorical morality is within everyone's power at all times. Happiness precept seldom possible for all. In first case, only maxim must be genuine. In second, powers and physical ability matter. Commanding everyone seek happiness is foolish. Commanding morality as duty is reasonable. Cheating at play brings self-despair under moral law, not merely chagrin at imprudence. Different criterion from enriching cash box. Transgression brings deserving punishment, not combinable with partaking in happiness as punishment. Justice must precede kindness. Crime is punishable in itself, not because it infringes happiness. Quote, autonomy of the will is the sole principle of all moral laws and of duties in keeping with them. Heteronomy of choice, on the other hand, not only does not ground any obligation at all, but is instead opposed to the principle of obligation and to the morality of the will. Table of material principles and the deduction. Exhaustion of material principles. Comparing formal supreme principle of autonomy with all previous material principles. All rest can be set forth in a table exhausting possible cases except the formal principle. All determining grounds are either merely subjective and empirical or objective and rational, both either external or internal. Education, Montaigne, Civil Constitution, Mandeville. Physical feeling, Epicurus. Moral feeling, Hutcheson. Perfection, Wolff, Stoics. Will of God, Crusius. The first group is empirical and unqualified for universal principle. The second is based on reason, but perfection as practical fitness for ends requires ends first given empirically. Talents and gods will become motives only through expected happiness. All exhibited principles are material, include all possible material principles, and are unfit as supreme moral law. Formal principle of pure reason alone is fit for categorical imperatives and morality. On the deduction of principles. This analytic shows pure reason can be practical. Determine will independently of anything empirical. by fact in which pure reason proves itself practical, namely autonomy and morality, by which reason determines will to deeds. This fact is inseparably connected with consciousness of freedom. The will cognizes itself as belonging to sensible world subject to causality, yet, practically, as being in itself determinable in intelligible order. Not by special intuition, but according to dynamic laws determining causality in sensible world. Contrasted with speculative analytic, their pure sensible intuition made a priori cognition possible for objects of senses. Synthetic principles from concepts without intuition were impossible. Speculative reason was denied positive cognition beyond experience, yet secured concept of noumena and freedom regarded negatively. Moral law gives fact inexplicable from sensible data, pointing to pure world of understanding. Determining it positively, we cognize a law. This law furnishes sensible world, as nature of rational beings, form of world of understanding without infringing mechanism. Sensible nature is existence under empirically conditioned laws. Heteronomy, for reason. Supersensible nature is existence under laws independent of empirical conditions. Autonomy, of pure reason. Supersensible nature under autonomy of practical reason is nature whose law is moral law. Archetypal world cognized in reason. Sensible world as possible effect of its idea is ectopal world. Ordinary attention confirms this pattern for will's determinations. Testing maxim of testimony by whether it could hold as universal law of nature necessitates truthfulness. Maxim of disposing freely of life fails as enduring natural order. In actual nature free will is not of itself determined to maxims establishing or fitting nature by pure laws, but to private inclinations constituting natural whole by pathological laws. Yet we are conscious through reason of law to which maxims are subject, as if natural order must arise from will. Idea of nature possible through freedom, supersensible nature, given objective reality practically. Two problems: how pure reason cognizes objects a priori, and how it is immediate determining ground of will. First belongs to speculative critique and requires sensible intuition. Second belongs here and asks only how reason determines maxims, empirically or by pure concept of lawfulness. Possibility of supersensible nature requires no intelligible intuition. Question is only determining ground in maxims. Whether causality of will is adequate for reality of objects is left to theoretical reason. Critique asks only determination of will and maxims as free will, not result. Critique cannot be censured for beginning with pure practical laws. It takes concept of their existence in intelligible world, freedom, as basis. Laws possible only in relation to freedom. On presupposition of freedom, they are necessary, or freedom necessary, because laws are necessary. How consciousness of moral law or freedom is possible cannot be further explained. Admissibility defended in theoretical critique. Exposition of supreme principle is finished. Shown what it contains, that it stands a priori independently of empirical principles, and what distinguishes it from others. Deduction cannot proceed as in theoretical understanding, which referred to possible experience. Moral law is not cognition of constitution of objects given from elsewhere, but cognition becoming ground of existence of objects. Pure reason as faculty immediately determining will. All human insight ends at basic faculties. Theoretical use has experience as substitute, denied here. Moral law is given as fact of pure reason a priori conscious and apodictically certain, though no example of exact observance found in experience. Objective reality cannot be proved by deduction or experience, yet is firmly established of itself. Something paradoxical replaces vain deduction. Moral principle serves as principle of deduction of inscrutable faculty freedom, which speculative reason assumed problematically. Moral law proves possibility and reality of freedom in beings cognizing it as binding. It is law of causality through freedom, law of possibility of supersensible nature. determining what speculative philosophy left undetermined. Positive objective reality to concept negative and latter. Freedom as analytic principle of speculative reason could nowhere be exemplified in experience, defended only as regulative when being is noumenon. Practical reason fills vacant place with determinate law of causality in intelligible world. Moral law, affording objective practical reality to freedom without extending theoretical causality beyond appearances. Practical reason uses cause concept not to cognize objects, but to determine causality for practical purpose, transferring determining ground into intelligible order while admitting it does not understand theoretical determination for noumena. Quote, consciousness of this fundamental law may be called a fact of reason because one cannot reason it out from antecedent data of reason. For example, from consciousness of freedom, since this is not antecedently given to us, and because it instead forces itself upon us of itself as a synthetic a priori proposition that is not based on any intuition, either pure or empirical. Warrant of practical extension beyond speculative limits. In the moral principle, we have a law of causality putting determining ground above all sensible conditions. We have determined human being with respect to causality by law not countable as natural law, extending cognition beyond sensible boundaries declared void in speculation. Hume concluded cause contains necessity of connection cognizable only a priori, impossible if things not given in perception. Hence cause fraudulent, empiricism's sole source, skepticism for natural science. Mathematics escaped only while held analytic. Universal empiricism includes mathematics and leads to skepticism there too. The first critique proceeded. When Hume took objects of experience as things in themselves, cause was illusion. From my investigations, objects of experience are appearances. Necessity of connection as appearance can be thought and proved a priori. Objective reality of cause for experience deduced. Empiricism and skepticism overthrown for sciences of possible experience. But application of causality beyond experience? Categories saved for thought of objects in general. Intuition lacking, theoretical application to noumena forbidden. Objective reality remains for practical perhaps. Practical purpose makes extension necessary. Not theoretical acquisition, but completion on side grounds. Besides understanding's relation to objects, reason has relation to faculty of desire. Pure will when pure understanding is practical through mere representation of law. Objective reality of pure will given a priori in moral law by fact. Determination of will unavoidable though not resting on empirical principles. Concept of will contains causality. Pure will contains causality with freedom not determinable by natural laws, not provable by empirical intuition, yet justifying objective reality a priori in pure practical law for practical, not theoretical use. Concept of being with free will is kausan noumenon, assured non-contradictory. Theoretical use empty, but practical significance in maxims. Had Hume deprived cause of practical reality for noumena and phenomena, concept would be unusable. But empirically unconditioned causality is theoretically empty, yet possible, and given significance in moral law with practical reality in concreto and maxims, sufficient to justify even noumena. This objective reality of pure understanding concept in supersensible gives all categories practical applicability in necessary connection with moral law, without theoretical insight into nature of objects. Reference only to beings as intelligences, relation of reason to will, warrant not knowledge for practical purposes, including analogy to God, without encouraging speculative flight into transcendence. Quote, the objective reality of a pure will, or what is the same thing, of a pure practical reason, is given a priori in the moral law, as it were by a fact. For so we may call a determination of the will that is unavoidable even though it does not rest upon empirical principles. CPR Analytic, Chapter 2, on the concept of an object of pure practical reason. Object of practical reason and moral possibility. By a concept of an object of practical reason, I understand the representation of an object as an effect possible through freedom. To be an object of practical cognition in this sense signifies only the relation of the will to the action by which it or its opposite would be made real. And to appraise whether something is an object of pure practical reason is to distinguish the possibility or impossibility of willing the action by which, if we had the ability to do so, and experience must judge about this, a certain object would be made real. The analysis, therefore, concerns not theoretical possession of objects, but the will's power to realize or refuse realization through free causality. When the object is taken as the determining ground of our faculty of desire, the physical possibility of it by the free use of our powers must precede our appraisal of whether it is an object of practical reason. Pleasure-dependent volition asks first whether nature permits the end. But if the a priori law can be regarded as the determining ground of the action, and this action can be regarded as determined by pure practical reason, then the judgment whether something is an object of pure practical reason is quite independent of comparison with our physical ability. The question is only whether we could will an action directed to the existence of an object if the object were within our power. Moral possibility must come first, because here the determining ground of the will is not the object, but the law of the will. Object of pure practical reason. Representation of an effect possible through freedom. Appraised by whether the action could be willed, not by empirical achievability first. Moral versus physical possibility. When the law determines the will, feasibility in nature is secondary. Heteronomy reverses the order. Quote, if the a priori law can be regarded as the determining ground of the action, and this, accordingly, can be regarded as determined by pure practical reason, then the judgment whether or not something is an object of pure practical reason is quite independent of this comparison with our physical ability. And the question is only whether we could will an action which is directed to the existence of an object if the object were within our power. Hence, the moral possibility of the action must come first, since in this case the determining ground of the will is not the object but the law of the will. Good and evil distinguished from well-being and woe. The only objects of a practical reason are those of the good and the evil. By the first is understood a necessary object of the faculty of desire, by the second of the faculty of aversion, both in accordance with the principle of reason. If the concept of the good is not derived from an antecedent practical law, but is to serve as its basis, it can only be the concept of something whose existence promises pleasure and thus determines the causality of the subject to produce it. Because it is impossible to see a priori which representation will be accompanied with pleasure and which with displeasure, experience alone would decide what is immediately good or evil, through the feeling of pleasure and displeasure as receptivity belonging to inner sense. Yet language itself distinguishes the agreeable from the good and the disagreeable from the evil, and requires that good and evil always be appraised by reason through concepts universally communicable, not through mere feeling restricted to individual subjects. A philosopher who put feeling of pleasure at the basis of practical appraisal would have to call good what is a means to the agreeable and evil what causes disagreeableness. Appraisal of means to ends belongs to reason, but maxims following from such a concept of the good as means would never contain anything good in itself. Only good for something. The useful would replace the good, and that for which it is useful would lie outside the will and feeling. The old formula nihil impedimus, nisi sub ration boni, is correct in one sense and detrimental in another, because boni and mali are ambiguous. The same words cover both rational moral appraisal and prudential well-being. German usage preserves the distinction Kant needs. Das Gut and das Wohl, das Böse and das Übel, or we. Well-being or ill-being signifies reference to agreeableness or disagreeableness, gratification or pain. We desire or avoid objects on this account only insofar as they are referred to sensibility. Good or evil signifies reference to the will insofar as it is determined by the law of reason to make something its object. The will is a faculty of making a rule of reason the motive of an action. Strictly speaking, good or evil attach to actions and maxims, not to states of feeling. Only the way of acting, The maxim, and consequently the person as good or evil human being, can be called good or evil absolutely. The Stoic who in gout cried that pain is not evil, malum, was correct in principle. Pain is an ill, but no evil attaches to the person because pain does not diminish personal worth, only the worth of condition. A lie would strike down pride. Pain raised it when incurred without wrongful action. Truthfulness, justice, and similar objects require reason in addition to sense for universal appraisal. Something can be an ill that everyone yet pronounces good. Surgery is an ill yet good. A thrashing for provocation is an ill yet approved as justice done. Happiness counts greatly for sensible beings, and reason has a commission from sensibility to attend to well-being. But the human being is not so completely an animal as to use reason merely as a tool for instinct's ends. Reason serves a higher purpose, to reflect on what is good or evil in itself, and to make that appraisal the supreme condition of prudential well-being. Good and evil, objects of practical reason under rational principles, referred to maxims and actions, not immediately to feeling. Wall and Yubel, well-being and ill-being, agreeableness and pain, distinct from moral gut and bose. Ambiguity of bonum. Scholastic formula risks collapsing morality into prudence if good is sought before the law. Quote, good or evil always signifies a reference to the will insofar as it is determined by the law of reason to make something its object, for it is never determined directly by the object and the representation of it, but is instead a faculty of making a rule of reason the motive of an action, by which an object can become real. Thus good or evil is, strictly speaking, referred to actions, not to the person's state of feeling. Paradox of method and heteronomy of moral philosophies. In the appraisal of what is good and evil in itself, as distinguished from what can be called so only with reference to well-being, either a rational principle is already thought as the determining ground of the will without regard to possible objects of desire, hence through the mere lawful form of the maxim, in which case that principle is a practical law a priori and pure reason is practical of itself. Or else a determining ground of desire precedes the maxim, presupposing an object of pleasure or displeasure, and the maxim to pursue the former determines actions good only mediately relative to inclination. Only the first yields laws, the second yields rational precepts at best, and the will whose maxim is affected by empirical gratification is not pure. This is the place to explain the paradox of method in a critique of practical reason. The concept of good and evil must not be determined before the moral law, but only after it and by means of it. Even if we did not yet know that the principle of morality is a pure law determining the will a priori, we would have to leave undecided whether the will has only empirical or also pure determining grounds, in order not to assume principles gratuitously, contrary to all basic rules of philosophic procedure. If we began with the concept of the good to derive laws of the will, the concept of an object as good would supply the sole determining ground. Without a practical a priori standard, good and evil would rest on agreement with feeling, and a priori practical laws would be excluded at once. What had to be investigated first was whether there is an a priori determining ground of the will, found only in a pure practical law prescribing the lawful form of maxims without regard to an object. This remark, concerning only the method of ultimate moral investigations, explains the occasioning ground of philosophers' errors regarding the supreme principle of morals. They sought an object of the will to make it matter and ground of a law. Determining the will by means of that object refer to pleasure or displeasure, whereas they should first have searched for a law determining the will a priori and immediately, and only then determined the object conformable to the will. Whether the supreme good was placed in happiness, perfection, moral feeling, or the will of God, the principle was in every case heteronomy, and empirical conditions for a moral law were unavoidable. Only a formal law prescribing to reason nothing more than the form of its universal law-giving as supreme condition of maxims can be a priori a determining ground of practical reason. The ancients revealed this error by directing moral investigation to the highest good before establishing the moral law. The moderns hide the same heteronomy behind indeterminate words. Paradox of method. Good and evil are consequences of the moral law, not its pre-given foundation, reversing the groundwork's apparent order of concepts. Heteronomy. Any objective pleasure-first principle cannot yield universal, a priori moral legislation. Quote, if the latter had first been investigated analytically, it would have been found that, instead of the concept of the good as an object determining and making possible the moral law, it is on the contrary the moral law that first determines and makes possible the concept of the good, insofar as it deserves this name absolutely. Categories of freedom. Since the concepts of good and evil presuppose a pure practical principle and a causality of pure reason, they do not refer originally to objects as do theoretical categories of the understanding. They presuppose objects as given and are, without exception, modi of a single category, causality, insofar as reason's determining ground consists in its representation of a law of causality, which, as the law of freedom, reason gives to itself, and thereby proves itself a priori practical. Actions belong under a law of freedom, and yet, as events in the sensible world, under appearances, determinations of practical reason take place with reference to the latter, conformably with categories of the understanding, but not for theoretical use, rather to subject a priori the manifold of desires to the unity of consciousness of practical reason commanding in the moral law. These categories of freedom have an advantage over theoretical categories. The latter are forms of thought designating objects indeterminately for every intuition. The former are directed to determination of a free choice, with a pure practical law a priori as basis instead of space and time drawn from sensibility. Pure practical concepts in relation to the supreme principle of freedom at once become cognitions without waiting for intuitions, because they themselves produce the reality of that to which they refer, the disposition of the will. They proceed from morally undetermined, sensibly conditioned grounds to those sensibly unconditioned and determined only by the moral law. Kant sets out a table of quantity, subjective maxims, objective precepts, a priori laws, of quality, rules of commission, omission, exception, of relation, to personality, to condition of the person, reciprocally, of modality, permitted and forbidden, duty and contrary to duty, perfect and imperfect duty. Freedom is regarded as causality not subject to empirical determination, referred to categories of natural possibility of actions as appearances, until modality introduces problematically the transition to morality, dogmatically grounded by the moral law. Categories of freedom, practical analogues of understanding's categories, modi of causality under the law of freedom, producing disposition rather than awaiting intuition. Table of freedom, systematic survey of maxims, precepts, laws, and duties from inclination through morality. Quote, these categories of freedom, for this is what we're going to call them in contrast to those theoretical concepts, which are categories of nature, have an obvious advantage over the latter inasmuch as the former are directed to the determination of a free choice, and hence, instead of the form of intuition, these, as practical elementary concepts, have as their basis the form of a pure will as given within reason and therefore within the thinking faculty itself, of the typic of pure practical judgment. The concepts of good and evil first determine an object for the will, yet stand under a practical rule of pure reason that determines the will a priori. Whether an action possible in sensibility is a case under the rule requires practical judgment applying what the rule says universally in abstracto to an action in concreto. A practical rule of pure reason concerns existence of an object and, as law of freedom, brings necessity. Yet all cases of possible actions are empirical, belonging to experience and nature. It seems absurd to find in the sensible world a case standing under natural law, yet admitting application of a law of freedom and the supersensible idea of the morally good in concreto. Pure practical judgment faces difficulties parallel to pure theoretical judgment, though theoretical reason had intuitions and schemata. The morally good, as supersensible, has no corresponding sensible intuition. Subsumption of an action under a pure practical law does not concern the action's possibility as event. That belongs to theoretical reason and natural causality with its schema in imagination. Here we need not the schema of a case, but the schema of a law itself. Determination of the will through the law alone connects causality to conditions other than natural connection. To a natural law, there must correspond a schema, universal procedure of imagination, presenting the pure concept the law determines. No intuition can be put under the law of freedom or under the unconditioned good. Hence no schema for application in concreto. The moral law has no cognitive faculty other than understanding, not imagination, by which it can be applied to objects of nature. What understanding puts under an idea of reason is not a schema of sensibility, but a law of nature as to its form only, the type of the moral law. The rule of judgment. Ask whether, if the action you propose were to take place by a law of the nature of which you were yourself a part, you could regard it as possible through your will. Everyone appraises morally by this rule, whether universal deception, suicide when weary, or indifference to others' need could be willed as natural law for all. Secret deception does not make everyone deceive. The comparison is not the determining ground of will, yet is a type for appraising maxims. If the maxim cannot stand the test as to the form of a law of nature in general, the action is morally impossible. Common understanding has the law of nature at hand and makes it merely the type of a law of freedom when causality from freedom is appraised. Hence sensible nature may serve as type of intelligible nature if one carries over only the form of lawfulness in general, not intuitions. Laws as such are the same, whatever their determining grounds. Of intelligible objects, nothing is cognized except freedom through the moral law. They have reality only for that law's use. The typic guards against empiricism of practical reason, placing good and evil in experiential consequences called happiness, and against mysticism that makes symbol into schema, putting real nonsensible intuitions under moral concepts. Only rationalism of judgment is suitable. From sensible nature, nothing more than conformity with law, transferred into the supersensible and exhibited in actions by the formal rule of a law of nature in general. Empiricism is more dangerous than mysticism because it destroys morality of dispositions and substitutes empirical interest allied with all inclinations that degrade humanity when raised to supreme practical principle. Typic understanding applies moral law through the form of a law of nature, not a schema of freedom, but a law as type for judgment. Universalizability test. Whether one's maxim could be willed as a law of nature for all, type, not ground, of moral determination. Empiricism versus mysticism. Typic blocks reducing good to happiness and inflating symbols into supersensible schemas. Empiricism is the graver danger to disposition. Quote, "The rule of judgment under laws of pure practical reason is this. Ask yourself whether, if the action you propose were to take place by a law of the nature of which you were yourself a part, you could indeed regard it as possible through your will. Everyone does, in fact, appraise actions as morally good or evil by this rule." CPR Analytic, Chapter 3, on the incentives of pure practical reason. Incentive, morality, and the insoluble problem of immediate law-giving. What is essential to any moral worth of actions is that the moral law determine the will immediately. If determination takes place conformably with the moral law, but only by means of a feeling that must be presupposed for the law to become a sufficient determining ground, so that the action is not done for the sake of the law, the action contains legality indeed, but not morality. If by incentive is understood the subjective determining ground of the will of a being whose reason does not by its nature necessarily conform with the objective law, then no incentives can be attributed to the divine will. The incentive of the human will, and of every created rational being, can never be anything other than the moral law. And the objective determining ground must always and quite alone be also the subjectively sufficient determining ground of action, if this is not merely 2. fulfill the letter of the law without its spirit. For the sake of the law, and in order to give it influence on the will, one must not look for some other incentive by which that of the moral law itself might be dispensed with. That would produce hypocrisy without substance, and it is hazardous to let any other incentive cooperate alongside the moral law. Nothing further remains than to determine carefully in what way the moral law becomes the incentive and what happens to the human faculty of desire as effect of that determining ground. How a law can be of itself an immediately determining ground of the will. What is essential in all morality is for human reason an insoluble problem, identical with how a free will is possible. What we must show a priori is not the ground from which the moral law supplies an incentive, but rather what it affects in the mind insofar as it is an incentive. What is essential in every determination of the will by the moral law is that, as a free will, without cooperation of sensible impulses, even with rejection of all inclinations opposed to the law, it is determined solely by the law. So far, the effect of the moral law as incentive is only negative and can be cognized a priori. All inclination and sensible impulse rests on feeling. The negative effect on feeling by infringement upon inclinations is itself feeling. The moral law, as determining ground of the will, must by thwarting inclinations produce a feeling that can be called pain. The first and perhaps only case in which we can determine a priori from concepts the relation of cognition of pure practical reason to pleasure or displeasure. Incentive, Triebfeder's subjective determining ground of a finite will. For humans, nothing other than the moral law itself, if action is to have moral worth. Legality versus morality. Conformity with law through feeling-backed motives yields the letter without the spirit. Insoluble problem. How the law immediately determines will equals how freedom is possible. Only the law's effect on mind can be traced a priori. Quote, "What is essential to any moral worth of actions is that the moral law determine the will immediately. If the determination of the will takes place conformably with the moral law, but only by means of a feeling of whatever kind that has to be presupposed in order for the law to become a sufficient determining ground of the will, so that the action is not done for the sake of the law, then the action will contain legality indeed, but not morality. Respect, self-love, and self-conceit. All inclinations together, brought into a tolerable system whose satisfaction is called one's happiness, constitute self-regard, solipsismus either self-love as predominant benevolence toward oneself, philautia, or self-conceit as satisfaction with oneself, arrogantia. Pure practical reason infringes upon self-love by restricting it, as natural and active prior to the moral law, to agreement with this law. Then it is rational self-love. But it strikes down self-conceit altogether, since all claims to esteem preceding accord with the moral law are null. Certainty of disposition in accord with the law is the first condition of any worth of a person. The propensity to self-esteem resting on sensibility belongs with inclinations the moral law infringes upon. Yet the law is something positive, form of intellectual causality, freedom, and is at the same time an object of respect inasmuch as it weakens and humiliates self-conceit in opposition to inclinations. Respect for the moral law is a feeling produced by an intellectual ground, the only one we can cognize completely a priori. In the preceding chapter, anything presenting itself as object of the will prior to the moral law was excluded from determining grounds called unconditionally good. The mere practical form, fitness of maxims for universal law, first determines what is good in itself and grounds maxims of a pure will. Yet our nature as sensible beings is so constituted that matter of desire, objects of inclination, first forces itself upon us. The pathologically determinable self strives to make its claims primary, as if it constituted our entire self. This propensity to make subjective determining grounds of choice into objective determining ground of the will in general is self-love. If self-love makes itself law-giving and unconditional practical principle, is self-conceit. The moral law, alone truly objective, excludes self-love's influence on the supreme practical principle, and infringes without end upon self-conceit. What infringes self-conceit humiliates. The moral law unavoidably humiliates when compared with sensible propensity. What humiliates, yet is positive, determining ground awakens respect. Hence the moral law is subjectively a ground of respect. The negative effect on feeling is pathological, as every influence on feeling. As effective consciousness of the moral law in relation to intelligible cause, subject of pure practical reason as supreme lawgiver. It is humiliation, intellectual contempt. In relation to its positive ground, the law, it is respect. There is no feeling for the law, but inasmuch as it moves resistance out of the way, removal of hindrance is esteemed equivalent to positive furthering of causality. Thus respect can be called feeling of respect for the moral law, moral feeling on both grounds together. The moral law is formal determining ground of action through pure reason, material objective ground of objects under the name of good and evil, and subjective determining ground, incentive, inasmuch as it influences sensibility. No antecedent feeling attuned to morality is possible. Sensible feeling underlying inclinations is condition of respect, but the cause determining it lies in pure practical reason, practically, not pathologically affected. Respect is not the incentive to morality. It is morality itself subjectively considered as incentive, inasmuch as pure practical reason supplies authority to the law by rejecting self-love's claims. Respect presupposes sensibility and finitude. It cannot be attributed to a supreme being free from sensibility. This moral feeling does not appraise actions or ground the objective moral law. It is incentive to make the law one's maxim, a feeling at the disposal only of practical pure reason. Self-love / self-conceit. Inclination system self-regard versus presumptive law-giving of subjective grounds. Reason restricts the first, strikes down the second. Respect. Intellectually grounded feeling from humiliation before the law and elevation of law's authority. Sole moral feeling cognized a priori. Practically affected feeling. Respect presupposes sensibility, but is produced by reason's representation of the law, not pathological pleasure. Quote, respect for the moral law is a feeling that is produced by an intellectual ground, and this feeling is the only one that we can cognize completely a priori and the necessity of which we can have insight into. Respect for persons, examples, and the sole moral incentive. Respect is always directed only to persons, never to things. Things may awaken inclination, love, or fear, but never respect. Admiration as affect can be directed to things, mountains, stars, animals, but is not respect. A human being may inspire love, fear, or admiration without inner respect. Fontenelle, I bow before an eminent man, but my spirit does not bow. Yet before a humble common man in whom uprightness exceeds one's own, spirit bows whether one wills or not. His example holds a law that strikes down self-conceit when compared with one's conduct. Observance of the law is proved in fact. Even awareness of like uprightness in oneself does not remove respect, since all human good is defective and the example's impurity is less known than one's own. Respect is tribute we cannot refuse to merit. So little is respect pleasure that we give way to it only reluctantly. We seek faults to lighten the burden. Even the dead are not safe. Even the moral law in solemn majesty is exposed to resistance. We demean it to familiar inclination or advantage to escape intimidating respect, showing unworthiness. Yet once self-conceit is laid aside, one never gets enough of contemplating the law's majesty. The soul is elevated as the holy law is elevated above frail nature. Great talents may produce respect or analogous feeling, but uncertainty how much is talent versus industry leads reason to represent competence as fruit of cultivation, reducing self-conceit. Respect shown to such a person is strictly respect for the law his example holds before us. When admirers learn bad character, Voltaire, Respect ceases for them, though scholars may retain it for talents in a calling where imitation is partial law. Respect for the moral law is the sole undoubted moral incentive, directed to no object except on this basis. The law determines will objectively. Freedom restricts inclinations and esteem of person to compliance with pure law, producing displeasure cognized a priori, humiliation on sensible side. Yet the law is objectively immediate determining ground of will. Lowering of moral self-esteem is elevation of practical esteem for the law. Respect, positive and intellectual cause. Recognition of the moral law is consciousness of activity of practical reason from objective grounds hindered only by pathological causes. Respect is positive indirect effect weakening hindering inclinations by humiliating self-conceit. Subjective ground of activity, incentive to compliance, ground for maxims of life in conformity. From incentive arises interest. Incentive of will as represented by reason. Moral interest is pure sense-free interest of practical reason alone. Maxim is morally genuine only if it rests solely on interest in compliance with law. Incentive, interest, and maxim apply only to finite beings, presupposing subjective constitution not of itself accordant with objective law. Respect for persons, always respect for the law exemplified. Merit in character, not charm or power. Reluctant reverence. Resistance to respect reveals self-conceit. Cleared respect elevates soul toward law's majesty. Moral interest. Pure practical incentive yielding genuine maxims, not pathological sympathy or self-love. Quote, respect for the moral law is therefore the sole and also the undoubted moral incentive, and this feeling is also directed to no object except on this basis. Duty, legality, and the command to love. Consciousness of free submission to the law, combined with unavoidable constraint on inclinations by one's own reason, is respect for the law. The law demanding and inspiring this respect is the moral law alone. Action objectively practical by this law, excluding every determining ground of inclination, is duty, containing practical necessitation, determination to actions however reluctantly done. The feeling from consciousness of this necessitation is practical only from preceding objective determination of will and causality of reason. As submission to command, it contains displeasure, yet constraint by one's own reason's law-giving contains something elevating, self-approbation with reference to pure practical reason when one is determined solely by law without any interest, and consciousness of interest subjectively produced by the law, purely practical, free. Taking interest in dutiful action is not advised by inclination. Reason absolutely commands and produces it, hence the special name respect. Duty requires objective accord of action with law and subjective respect for law as sole way of determining will by law. Hence distinction between acting in conformity with duty and from duty. Legality possible if inclinations were determining grounds. Morality, moral worth, requires action from duty for the law alone. In all moral appraisals, the subjective principle of maxims matters. Morality and necessity from duty and respect for law, not from love and liking for what actions produce. For finite, rational beings, moral necessity is necessitation, obligation. Every action based on it is duty, not conduct we already favor as if holiness of will, accord with pure law as nature, were attainable without respect connected with fear or apprehension of transgression. The moral law is for a perfect being a law of holiness. For every finite, rational being a law of duty, moral necessitation, determination through respect and reverence for duty. No other subjective principle may be assumed as incentive. It is beautiful to do good from love or be just from love of order, but not the genuine moral maxim befitting rational beings as human when we presume, like volunteers, not to trouble ourselves about duty. We stand under discipline of reason and must not withdraw from its authority or put determining ground anywhere else than in the law and respect for it. Duty and what is owed are the only names for our relation to moral law. We are law-giving members of a kingdom of morals possible through freedom, yet subjects not sovereign. To deny authority of the holy law from self-conceit is defect in spirit, though letter be fulfilled. The commandment to love God above all and neighbor as yourself agrees. As commandment, it requires respect for a law commanding love, not discretionary choice of principle. Love for God as inclination is impossible. Love for human beings cannot be commanded on demand. Only practical love is meant. To love God is to do what he commands gladly. To love neighbor is to practice duties toward him gladly. The command cannot require having this disposition, but only striving for it. A command to act gladly when one already knows duty would be unnecessary. A command making respect the incentive would counteract commanded disposition. Gospel precepts present moral disposition in complete perfection as ideal of holiness unattainable by creatures, archetype for endless progress. Thorough liking to fulfill all moral laws would remove even possibility of deviating desire. Overcoming desire costs sacrifice and self-constraint. No creature reaches holiness. Dependence on physical causes leaves desires not of themselves accordant with moral law. Necessitation on respect, not ready fidelity on love, remains necessary, though love for the law is constant unattainable goal. What we esteem yet dread may, with increased facility, change dread into liking and respect into love, consummate disposition if attainable. Duty, objective practical necessitation excluding inclination as ground, felt as respect, not pathological pleasure. From duty, moral worth requires law alone as incentive. Legality without respect is insufficient. Practical love, doing commanded duties gladly, ideal to strive for, not disposition commandable in advance. Quote, the concept of duty, therefore, requires of the action objective accord with the law, but requires of the maxim of the action subjective respect for the law, as the sole way of determining the will by the law. And on this rests the distinction between consciousness of having acted in conformity with duty and from duty, that is, respect for the law. Moral enthusiasm, personality, and the genuine incentive. Moral level for rational creatures is respect for moral law. Incumbent disposition is action from duty, not voluntary liking or unbidden glad endeavor. Proper moral condition is virtue, disposition in conflict, not holiness in supposed complete purity. Exhortation to noble, sublime, magnanimous actions attunes minds to moral enthusiasm and exaggerated self-conceit. Delusion that not duty, but spontaneous goodness needs no command. Imitating such deeds from that principle fails spirit of law. Disposition subjecting itself to law, locates incentive pathologically, produces frivolous cast forgetting obligation. Praiseworthy sacrificial actions may be called noble only insofar as traces suggest they were wholly from respect for duty. Examples for imitation must use respect as incentive. Earnest holy precept not leaving choice to vain self-love. Careful search finds law of duty commanding every praiseworthy action. Only this educates soul morally with firm principles. Moral enthusiasm oversteps bounds practical pure reason sets, forbidding placement of moral motive anywhere, but in the law or disposition anywhere, but in respect, commanding thought of duty as supreme life principle. Novelists, sentimental educators, sometimes philosophers, including Stoics, ushered in enthusiasm instead of sober moral discipline. Gospel teaching, by purity of principle and suitability to finite limitations, subjected conduct to duty before eyes, set humility limits to self-conceit and self-love. Duty, sublime name embracing nothing charming, requiring submission without threatening terror, holding forth law gaining reluctant reverence before which inclinations are dumb, yet secretly work against it, has origin elevating humanity above itself, connecting with supersensible order under which sensible world and human existence in time stand. It is personality, freedom and independence from nature's mechanism, capacity of a being subject to pure practical laws of his own reason. as belonging to sensible world. One is subject to personality as belonging to intelligible world. Highest vocation commands reverence for one's nature and highest respect for its laws. On this origin rest expressions of moral worth. Law is holy. Humanity in one's person must be holy, though the human being is unholy enough. Only rational beings are ends in themselves, subjects of holy moral law by autonomy. Every will, even toward oneself, is restricted to agreement with autonomy of rational being. Never merely means, but always also end. Divine will respects creatures' personality as ends. Personality awakens respect by sublimity of vocation and striking down self-conceit through lack of accord. Moderately honorable men abstain from harmless lies solely not to despise themselves secretly. In greatest distress, maintainable only by duty, consciousness of honoring humanity in one's person sustains, not happiness, but warding off sinking in personal worth after conditions worth is surrendered. Inner tranquility is respect for something compared with which life's agreeableness has no worth. One lives from duty, not taste for living. Genuine moral incentive of pure practical reason is the pure moral law itself insofar as it discovers sublimity of supersensible existence and affects respect for higher vocation in beings conscious of sensible dependence. Charms of life may connect with this incentive. Epicurean prudence might declare for moral conduct, even advisable to counterbalance vice's allurements. But proper moving force must not be placed in enjoyment when duty is questioned. That taints pure moral disposition at source. Majesty of duty has its own law and court. Blended with enjoyment, they soon separate, and moral life fades though physical life might gain force. Moral enthusiasm, mistaking meritorious spontaneity for duty, pathological incentives disguised as nobility. Personality, intelligible freedom as ground of respect, holiness of humanity, and end in itself status. Genuine incentive, law alone, affecting respect, never to be diluted by happiness or advantage as moving force. Quote, duty, sublime and mighty name that embraces nothing charming or insinuating but requires submission, and yet does not seek to move the will by threatening anything that would arouse natural aversion or terror in the mind, but only holds forth a law that of itself finds entry into the mind, and yet gains reluctant reverence, though not always obedience, a law before which all inclinations are dumb, even though they secretly work against it. CPR Analytic. Critical elucidation of the analytic of pure practical reason. Critical elucidation and the reversed architecture of practical reason. By critical elucidation of a science, or of a portion constituting a system by itself, I understand investigation and justification of why it must have precisely this systematic form when compared with another system having a similar cognitive faculty as basis. Practical reason has the same cognitive faculty as speculative reason, so far as both are pure reason. The difference in systematic form must be determined by comparison, and the ground of difference assigned. The analytic of pure theoretical reason had to do with cognition of objects that could be given to understanding, from intuition and consequently from sensibility, and only then progress to concepts and end with principles after preparation by both. Practical reason, conversely, does not cognize objects for their own sake, but concerns its own ability to make them real conformably with cognition of them, a will that is causality inasmuch as reason contains its determining ground. It provides not intuition, but a law for such object. Causality always contains reference to a law determining existence of a manifold. A critique of analytic of reason as practical reason must therefore begin from possibility of practical principles a priori, proceed to concepts of objects of practical reason, simply good and evil. Give them in keeping with those principles. Prior to principles, they cannot be given as good and evil by any faculty, and conclude with relation of pure practical reason to sensibility and necessary influence cognized a priori, moral feeling. The analytic of practical pure reason divides conditions of its use analogously with theoretical reason but in reverse order. Theoretical analytic into transcendental aesthetic and logic. Practical, reversely, into logic and aesthetic of pure practical reason. Logic there, concepts then principles. Here, principles then concepts. Aesthetic there, twofold sensible intuition. Here sensibility as feeling only, subjective ground of desire, admitting no further division under pure practical reason. Why this division was not actually undertaken is easily seen. Pure reason and practical use proceed from a priori principles, and the analytic must turn out like a syllogism, from universal and major premise, moral principle, through subsumption of possible actions as good or evil in minor, to conclusion, subjective determination of will, interest in practically possible good and maxim based on it. Comparisons gratify expectation of insight into unity of whole pure rational faculty and deriving everything from one principle. Reason's needs satisfied only in complete systematic unity of cognitions. Critical elucidation, justification of systematic form by contrast with theoretical critique, same faculty, inverted order. Practical syllogism, principle good/evil under principle moral feeling as subjective conclusion. Logic before aesthetic, practical law precedes object concepts and feeling effects. Mirror image of theoretical analytic. Quote, a critique of the analytic of reason, insofar as it is to be a practical reason, and this is the real problem, must begin from the possibility of practical principles a priori. Only from these could it proceed to concepts of objects of a practical reason, namely, to the concepts of the simply good and evil. Purity proved from common reason, happiness distinguished from morality. Along with remarkable analogy between practical and theoretical cognition, remarkable differences appear. Theoretical pure rational cognition a priori was proved through sciences. That pure reason without empirical determining ground is practical of itself had to be shown from most common practical use. Confirming supreme practical principle as law every natural human reason cognizes, completely a priori and independent of sensible data. Purity of origin had to be established in common reason's judgment before science uses it as fact preceding subtle reasoning about possibility. Practical pure reason must begin from principles as first data at basis of all science. Justification of moral principles as principles of pure reason could be carried out by appeal to common understanding, because empirical determining ground in maxims is known at once by gratification or pain arousing desire, whereas pure practical reason directly opposes taking this feeling into its principle. Dissimilarity of grounds is made known by resistance of law-giving reason to meddling inclination, special feeling not preceding law-giving but produced by it as constraint. Respect no one has for inclinations, but has for law, so salient that common understanding sees in any example that empirical grounds may advise, but only pure practical law can be obeyed. Distinction of doctrine of happiness from doctrine of morals. Empirical principles constituting whole foundation in the first, making not the smallest addition in the second, is first and most important business of analytic, proceeding as scrupulously as any geometer, though philosopher lacks intuition of pure noumenon at basis. He has advantage of chemical experiment on every human practical reason. Add moral law to empirically affected will, e.g., one who would gladly lie for advantage. As analyst adds alkali to calcareous solution in acid, acid releases lime and unites with alkali. Lime precipitates. Honest man confronted with moral law, cognizing worthlessness of lying abandons advantage, unites with respect for person, truthfulness. Advantage separated from reason side of duty is weighed. Enters combination elsewhere, never opposed to moral law reason never abandons. This distinction is not opposition. Pure practical reason does not require renouncing happiness, but only that when duty is in question one take no account of it. It can be duty to attend to happiness, means for duty's fulfillment and poverty's temptations, yet never direct duty to promote happiness, still less principle of all duty. All determining grounds, except pure practical law, are empirical, belong to happiness principle, must be separated from supreme moral principle and never incorporated as condition. Destroying moral worth as empirical admixture destroys mathematical evidence. Plato judged most excellent in mathematics. Fact of reason in common life. Resistance of law to inclination manifests purity before science. Respect as produced constraint. Chemical analogy. Moral law precipitates advantage from empirical will, revealing heteronomy when they conflict. Happiness subordinate. Compatible with morality when excluded as determining ground whenever duty commands. Quote, when an analyst adds alkali to a solution of calcareous earth and hydrochloric acid, the acid at once releases the lime and unites with the alkali, and the lime is precipitated. In just the same way, if a man who is otherwise honest is confronted with a moral law in which he cognizes the worthlessness of a liar, his practical reason at once abandons the advantage, unites with what maintains in him respect for his own person, truthfulness. No deduction, freedom and natural necessity. Instead of deduction of supreme principle of pure practical reason, explanation of possibility of such a priori cognition, nothing more could be adduced than. If one had insight in a possibility of freedom of an efficient cause, one would have insight into not merely possibility, but necessity of moral law as supreme practical law of rational beings attributed freedom. The concepts are so inseparably connected that practical freedom may be defined as independence of will from anything other than moral law alone. No insight into possibility of freedom of efficient cause, especially in sensible world. Fortunate if no proof of impossibility, forced to assume it, justified by moral law postulating it. Many explain freedom by empirical principles like natural ability, depriving us of disclosure through practical reason of intelligible world by realizing transcendent freedom, and depriving us of moral law admitting no empirical ground. Protection against this delusion is required. Causality as natural necessity, distinguished from causality as freedom, concerns existence determinable in time as appearances, opposed to causality as things in themselves. If determinations in time are taken for determinations in themselves, necessity and causal relation cannot unite with freedom. They contradict. Every action at a point of time is necessary under preceding time. Past, not in control, action necessary by grounds not in control, never free when acting. Even existence independent of alien cause does not transform natural necessity into freedom. At every time, still under necessity of determination by what is not in control. Infinite series never beginning of itself, continuous natural chain, causality never freedom. To attribute freedom to a being whose existence is determined in time, one cannot accept it from natural necessity as to events and actions without handing it to blind chance. If existence in time must represent existence in themselves, freedom is null. To save it, no path remains but ascribe existence determinable in time and causality under natural law only to appearance, freedom to same being as thing in itself. Unavoidable if both concepts maintained, though union in one action is difficult. If theft is necessary result of preceding grounds, how can moral appraisal suppose it could have been omitted because law says it ought? How call man free at same point of time regarding action subject to unavoidable necessity? Comparative freedom, ground within acting being like projectile or clock, is wretched subterfuge. For moral freedom as basis of laws and imputation, it does not matter whether natural necessities' grounds lie within or outside subject, are instinctive or rational, if representations have existence in time and antecedent states. Internal psychological chain is still natural necessity, not transcendental freedom independence from all empirical in nature. Without latter, no moral law, no imputation. All necessity of events in time is mechanism of nature. Necessity of connection in time series by natural law, whether automaton material or spiritual. Leibniz, psychological comparative freedom is freedom of turnspit wound up. No deduction, Freedom's possibility cannot be explained. Moral law postulates freedom it cannot derive. Appearance versus thing in itself. Natural necessity attaches to temporal determination. Freedom to intelligible causality. Comparative versus transcendental freedom. Intercausal chain in time is still mechanism, inadequate for morality. Quote, without this freedom, in the latter and proper sense, which alone is practical a priori, no moral law is possible and no imputation in accordance with it. Two-standpoint reconciliation, conscience, and divine causality. To remove apparent contradiction between mechanism and freedom in one action. Recall critique of pure reason. Natural necessity incompatible with freedom attaches only to determinations under conditions of time, acting subject as appearance. Determining grounds of action lie in past, not in control, including past deeds and character as phenomenon. Same subject conscious as thing in itself views existence not under time, determinable only through laws he gives himself by reason. Nothing antecedent to will's determination. Every action and whole sensible existence regarded in intelligible consciousness as consequence, never determining ground of noumenal causality. Rational being can rightly say of unlawful action, he could have omitted it, though, as appearance sufficiently determined and inevitably necessary. Action with past belongs to single phenomenon of character he gives himself, imputing to himself as cause independent of sensibility the causality of appearances. Conscience agrees. However, one paints unlawful conduct as unintentional fault carried by natural necessity. Advocate cannot silence inner prosecutor if aware of freedom at the time. Bad habits from neglected attention do not remove self-reproach. Repentance for past deed is legitimate, though practically empty, to undue deed. Reason in intelligible existence recognizes no time distinction, asks whether event belongs to me as deed. Sensible life has with respect to consciousness of freedom absolute unity of phenomenon of character appraised not by natural necessity of appearance, but absolute spontaneity of freedom. Deep insight into all incentives could calculate conduct as lunar eclipse, yet maintain freedom. If intellectual intuition of subject were given, whole chain would depend on spontaneity as thing in itself. Moral law assures difference between actions as appearances and sensible being referred to intelligible substratum. Early wickedness and hopeless constitution still leave guilt. Free causality from youth expressing character and actions. Natural connection consequence of evil principles freely adopted, making more culpable. Difficulty remains if God, as universal original being, is cause of substance's existence. Human actions ground beyond control in supreme being's causality. Freedom saved only if actions in time are determinations as appearance, not as thing in itself. Else marionette like vocations, self-consciousness thinking automaton, spontaneity delusory comparative freedom. Those regarding time and space as determinations of things in themselves cannot avoid fatalism. Or, Mendelssohn, allow them only for finite beings while God causes existence, but not time, entangling contradiction. With ideality of time and space, divine existence distinguished from sensible being. Existence in itself versus thing in appearance. Without ideality, only Spinozism, space and time essential to original being, dependent beings accidents. Creation in time makes God's actions ours. Separation accomplished in first critique is of great importance. Resolution. Existence in time is sensible representation not applying to things in themselves. Creation is creation of noumena, not creator of appearances as such, though cause of acting beings as noumena. Freedom without compromising natural mechanism of actions as appearances. Creaturehood irrelevant to appearances determining ground, since creation concerns intelligible, not sensible existence. Had beings in themselves existed in time, Creator would be author of whole mechanism. Character as intelligible deed. Phenomenal life unified as expression of noumenal self-legislation. Imputation across time. Conscience, Practical reason admits no temporal excuse. Repentance validates law's intelligible demand. Creation and freedom. Ideality of time avoids Spinozism and fatalism. God creates noumena, not appearances as mechanisms. Quote, so considered, a rational being can now rightly say of every unlawful action he performed that he could have omitted it, even though, as appearance, it is sufficiently determined in the past, and, so far, is inevitably necessary. For this action, with all the past which determines it, belongs to a single phenomenon of his character, which he gives to himself. Freedom's fruitfulness and the fact of reason beyond groundwork. Since freedom alone among ideas of pure speculative reason provides great extension and supersensible for practical cognition, Kant asks why it alone has such fruitfulness, while others indicate vacant places for possible beings of pure understanding without determining them. Nothing can be thought without category. Category of causality must be sought in idea of freedom, even without intuition for transcendent freedom. Sensible intuition must be given for understanding's causality to assure objective reality of synthesis requiring unconditioned. Categories divide into mathematical, unity of synthesis in representation of objects, and dynamical, unity in existence of objects. Mathematical cannot find unconditioned for conditioned in space and time, both false paths in theoretical dialectic. Dynamical categories need not require homogeneity. Unconditioned for altogether conditioned in sensible world may be placed in intelligible world, causality, contingency. Synthesis transcendent, yet dialectic found both paths in causality not contradictory. Same action, sensibly conditioned, yet having sensibly unconditioned intelligible causality. Thought as free. Only question was whether as follows from Kant. Facts showing actions presuppose such causality. We could not hope for this connection and experience as events. Freedom sought outside, sensible world and intelligible. Other things not given to perception. Nothing remained but to find incontestable objective principle of causality, excluding sensible conditions. Reason containing determining ground and principle. Pure reason practical. Morality long present in all human reason. Unconditioned causality, freedom, and being belonging to sensible yet intelligible world are not merely problematic, but determined as to law of causality, cognized assertorically, reality of intelligible world, given from practical perspective, transcendent for theory, immanent for practice. No similar step with necessary being, without mediation of first dynamical idea, would require leaving all given. With our subject, we cognize ourselves as intelligible beings determined by moral law and active and sensible world accordingly. Freedom alone finds unconditioned for conditioned without going outside ourselves. Reason by supreme, practical law cognizes itself and person as belonging to pure world of understanding and determines how it can be active. Only practical reason provides means beyond sensible world for cognitions of supersensible order, extended only as far as pure practical purposes require. Every step with pure reason and practical field fits critique of theoretical reason's moments as if deliberate foresight, precise agreement strengthening maxim to pursue science with exactness and candor, leaving dubious extraneous doctrines aside, until completion reveals unexpected harmony. Writers would save errors and lost labor with more candor. Against groundwork, their deduction was attempted from autonomy. Here no deduction of moral law's possibility. Instead, moral law as fact of reason postulates freedom reciprocally. Theoretical critique prepared ideality of time. Practical critique completes by showing only practical reason realizes freedom in law, proves intelligible world, and reconciles mechanism with imputation. Where speculative reason left freedom problematic and morality empty without it, practical reason starts from law cognized in common reason, assigns reversed analytic order, principles before objects, and elucidates respect as feeling produced only after legislation, closing analytic by systematic contrast that points toward unity of pure reason in one principle. Dynamical categories and freedom. Only causalities unconditioned can be practical. Mathematical ideas cannot ground morality. Fact of reason. Moral law given in common reason assertorically determines freedom and intelligible membership. Replaces groundwork's sought deduction. Practical primacy. Only practical reason extends cognition into supersensible with objective validity for action. Quote, now, this principle does not need to be searched for or devised. It has long been present in the reason of all human beings and incorporated in their being, and is the principle of morality. Therefore, that unconditioned causality and the capacity for it, freedom, and with it a being I myself, that belongs to the sensible world, but at the same time to the intelligible world, is not merely indeterminately and problematically thought, but is even determined with respect to the law of its causality and cognized assertorically. And thus the reality of the intelligible world is given to us, and indeed as determined from a practical perspective. CPR Dialectic, Chapter 1. On a dialectic of pure practical reason. Pure reason, whether in speculative or in practical employment, carries within itself an unavoidable dialectic. It demands the absolute totality of conditions for every conditioned, and such totality can be found only in things in themselves. For us, however, all concepts of objects must be referred to sensible intuition. Appearances therefore never yield the unconditioned within the series of conditioned and conditions. An illusion arises when the rational idea of totality is applied to appearances as though they were things in themselves. An illusion that would pass unnoticed did not reason fall in a conflict with itself in seeking the unconditioned for everything conditioned. That antinomy, once exposed, is the most beneficial error into which human reason could fall. It drives us to seek the key out of the labyrinth and, in finding it, discloses what we did not seek and yet need, a view into a higher, immutable order in which we already stand, and to which determinate precepts can direct our existence in accordance with the highest vocation of reason. Reason in its practical use fares no better. As pure practical reason, it likewise seeks the unconditioned for the practically conditioned, not as determining ground of the will, which the moral law alone supplies, but as the unconditioned totality of the object of pure practical reason under the name of the highest good. To determine this idea practically sufficiently for the maxims of rational conduct is the doctrine of wisdom. As science, it is philosophy in the ancient sense, direction to the concept in which the highest good is placed and to the conduct by which it is acquired. I would retain the word in that ancient meaning as doctrine of the highest good so far as reason strives to bring it to science. The restrictive condition suits the Greek love of wisdom, while embracing all speculative cognition serviceable to that end, without losing sight of the chief end on account of which alone the name doctrine of wisdom is deserved. To be a teacher of wisdom is more than to be a student who cannot yet guide himself, still less others, with assured expectation of so high an end. Philosophy and wisdom remain ideals represented completely in reason alone, while for a person they're only the goal of unceasing endeavor, and no one may assume the name philosopher unless he can show its infallible effect in his own person as example. One further preliminary remark concerns the dialectic in determining the concept of the highest good. The moral law is the sole determining ground of the pure will, because it is merely formal, requiring only the universal law-giving form of a maxim. It abstracts from all matter and from every object of volition. The highest good may be the whole object of pure practical reason, yet it is not on that account to be taken as determining ground. The moral law alone must ground the making of the highest good and its realization the object. In the delicate case of moral principles, the slightest misinterpretation corrupts dispositions. If any object under the name of a good is assumed as determining ground prior to the moral law, and the supreme practical principle is derived from it, heteronomy always results and supplants the moral principle. If, however, the moral law is already included as supreme condition in the concept of the highest good, then the highest good is not merely object, The concept and the representation of its existence as possible by our practical reason are at the same time determining ground of the pure will, because the moral law, already included in this concept, and no other object, determines the will in accordance with autonomy. This order of concepts must not be lost sight of. Otherwise, we misunderstand ourselves and believe we contradict ourselves where everything stands in the most perfect harmony. Dialectic of pure practical reason. The illusion of seeking unconditioned totality for the object of pure will, the highest good, when the moral law alone may ground volition. Doctrine of wisdom. Ancient philosophy as science of the highest good, ideal in reason, task for the person, never possessed as finished doctrine. Order of determination. Moral law first as ground. Highest good as object only when the law is already contained in its concept. Otherwise heteronomy. Quote, pure reason always has its dialectic, whether it is considered in its speculative or in its practical use. For it requires the absolute totality of conditions for a given condition, and this can be found only in things in themselves. Quote, the moral law is the sole determining ground of the pure will. But since this is merely formal, that is to say, it requires only that the form of a maxim be universally law-giving. It abstracts as determining ground from all matter, and so from every object of volition. CPR Dialectic, Chapter 2, on the dialectic of pure reason in determining the concept of the highest good. The concept of the highest already contains an ambiguity that, if not attended to, occasions needless disputes. The highest can mean either the supreme, supremum, that which is not subordinate to any other, or the complete, consummatum, the whole which is not part of a still greater whole of the same kind, perfectissimum. That virtue, as worthiness to be happy, is the supreme condition of whatever can seem desirable and hence of all pursuit of happiness, and is therefore the supreme good, has been proved in the analytic. But virtue is not yet the whole and complete good as object of the faculty of desire of rational finite beings. For this, happiness is also required, not merely in the partial eyes of one who makes himself an end, but in the judgment of impartial reason, which regard a person in the world generally as an end in himself. To need happiness, to be worthy of it, and yet not to participate in it cannot be consistent with the perfect volition of a rational being that would at the same time have all power. Virtue and happiness together constitute possession of the highest good in a person. Happiness distributed in exact proportion to morality constitutes the highest good of a possible world. The whole, complete good, in which virtue as condition is always supreme good, whereas happiness, though pleasant to the possessor, is not absolutely and in all respects good, but always presupposes morally lawful conduct as its condition. Two determinations necessarily combined in one concept must be connected as ground and consequent, either analytically, logical connection, or synthetically, real connection, in accordance with causality. The connection of virtue with happiness can therefore be understood in one of two ways. Either the endeavor to be virtuous and the rational pursuit of happiness are identical, so that no maxim need ground the former other than that which serves the latter, or virtue produces happiness as something different from consciousness of virtue, as cause produces effect. The ancient Greek schools, strictly speaking only two, followed the same method in not letting virtue and happiness hold as two different elements of the highest good and consequently sought unity in accordance with the rule of identity, but differed in which was fundamental. The Epicureans said, to be conscious of one's maxim leading to happiness is virtue. The Stoics said, to be conscious of one's virtue is happiness. One must regret that acuteness was applied to identity between extremely heterogeneous concepts. It was the dialectical spirit of the times to suppress essential differences by disputes about words. The Epicurean put the principle on the aesthetic side, in consciousness of sensible need. The Stoic on the logical side, in independence of practical reason from sensible determining grounds. What is contained in another concept is identical with a part of the concept containing it, but not with the whole. Two wholes can be specifically different, although they consist of the same material, if the parts are combined in quite different ways. Now it is clear from the analytic that maxims of virtue and of one's own happiness are heterogeneous with respect to their supreme practical principle. Though they belong to one highest good, so as to make it possible, they greatly restrict and infringe upon each other in the same subject. The question how the highest good is practically possible remains unsolved despite all attempts at coalition. The analytic has shown what makes the problem difficult. Happiness and morality are two specifically quite different elements, and their combination cannot be cognized analytically, but must be a synthesis of concepts, cognized a priori as practically necessary, not derived from experience. The deduction of this concept must therefore be transcendental. It is a priori, morally, necessary to produce the highest good through the freedom of the will. The condition of its possibility must rest solely on a priori grounds of cognition. The antinomy of practical reason. In the highest good practical for us, to be made real through our will, virtue and happiness are thought as necessarily combined, so that one cannot be assumed by pure practical reason without the other. Since this combination cannot be analytic, it must be thought synthetically as connection of cause and effect, because it concerns a practical good possible through action. Consequently, either the desire for happiness must be the motive to maxims of virtue, or the maxim of virtue must be the efficient cause of happiness. The first is absolutely impossible. Maxims that put the determining ground in the desire for one's happiness are not moral and can ground no virtue. The second is also impossible. Any practical connection of causes and effects in the world, as a result of determination of the will, does not depend upon moral dispositions, but upon knowledge of laws of nature and physical ability to use them for one's purposes. No necessary connection of happiness with virtue adequate to the highest good can be expected from the most meticulous observance of moral laws. Since promotion of the highest good is an a priori necessary object of our will and inseparably bound up with the moral law, the impossibility of the first must prove the falsity of the second. If the highest good is impossible in accordance with practical rules, the moral law, which commands us to promote it, must be fantastic, directed to empty imaginary ends, and therefore in itself false. 2. Critical resolution of the antinomy. In the antinomy of pure speculative reason, a similar conflict between natural necessity and freedom in the causality of events was resolved by showing that there is no true conflict if events in the world are regarded merely as appearances. The same acting being as appearance as causality conforming to mechanism, but as noumenon can contain a determining ground free from laws of nature. It is the same with the antinomy of pure practical reason. The first proposition, that endeavor after happiness produces a ground for virtuous disposition, is absolutely false. The second, that virtuous disposition necessarily produces happiness, is false not absolutely, but only insofar as this disposition is regarded as form of causality in the sensible world. False only if existence in the sensible world is assumed the only kind of existence of a rational being. Thus only conditionally false. I am warranted to think my existence also as noumenon, and have in the moral law a purely intellectual determining ground of my causality in the sensible world. It is not impossible that morality of disposition should have a necessary connection, as cause, with happiness as effect in the sensible world, if not immediately, yet mediately by means of an intelligible author of nature. A connection which in a nature merely object of the senses can never occur except contingently and cannot suffice. For the highest good, Epicurus and the Stoics extolled the happiness arising from consciousness of living virtuously. Yet the question is how such disposition is possible in the first place, since prior to this no feeling for moral worth would be found in the subject. There is always present the ground of an error of subreption, an optical illusion in self-consciousness of what one does as distinguished from what one feels. Moral disposition is necessarily connected with consciousness of determination of the will directly by the law. Consciousness of determination of the faculty of desire is always ground of satisfaction in the action, but this pleasure is not determining ground of the action. Determination by reason alone is ground of the feeling. We easily look upon what we ourselves do as something we merely passively feel and take the moral incentive for a sensible impulse. Respect, not gratification or enjoyment of happiness, is what admits no feeling antecedent to reason. Only by representing things in this way can actions be done from duty, not merely in conformity with duty. Have we not a word that does not denote enjoyment, as happiness does, yet indicates satisfaction with one's existence? An analog of happiness necessarily accompanying consciousness of virtue? Yes, contentment with one's self, which in strict meaning always designates only negative satisfaction with one's existence, in which one is conscious of needing nothing. Freedom, and consciousness of freedom as ability to follow the moral law with unyielding disposition, is the sole source of unchangeable contentment necessarily combined with it and resting on no special feeling. Aesthetic contentment from satisfaction of inclinations can never be adequate to what is thought about contentment. Inclinations change, grow with indulgence, and always leave a greater void. Inclination is blind and servile. When morality is in question, reason must attend solely to its own interest as pure practical reason. Consciousness of mastery over inclinations can produce negative satisfaction. Contentment, which indirectly becomes capable of an enjoyment that cannot be called happiness because it does not depend on positive concurrence of feeling. From this resolution, it follows that in practical principles a natural and necessary connection between consciousness of morality and expectation of happiness proportionate to it can at least be thought as possible. That principles of pursuit of happiness cannot produce morality. That the supreme good as first condition of the highest good is morality, whereas happiness is second element, but only morally conditioned, yet necessary result. Only with this subordination is the highest good the whole object of pure practical reason. The possibility of connection of conditioned with condition belongs wholly to supersensible relation of things. Practical results of actions aiming at realizing the highest good belong to the sensible world. I shall set forth grounds of that possibility, first with respect to what is immediately within our power, then in that which reason presents as supplement to our inability. Antinomy: virtue and happiness necessarily combined in highest good. Analytic union impossible. Synthetic union as causality yields both horns impossible in sensible world alone, threatening moral law with fantasy. Critical resolution: first horn absolutely false. Second only conditionally false. Morality can connect with happiness mediately through intelligible author of nature. Subreption confuses respect with pathological satisfaction. Contentment: negative satisfaction from consciousness of freedom under moral law. Analog of happiness, not happiness itself. Quote, if, therefore, the highest good is impossible in accordance with practical rules, then the moral law, which commands us to promote it, must be fantastic and directed to empty imaginary ends, and must therefore in itself be false. Quote, respect, and not the gratification or enjoyment of happiness, is thus something for which there can be no feeling antecedent to reason and underlying it, for this would always be aesthetic and pathological respect, as consciousness of direct necessitation of the will by the law is hardly an analog of the feeling of pleasure. 3. On the primacy of pure practical reason in its connection with speculative reason. By primacy among things connected by reason, I understand the prerogative of one to be the first determining ground of the connection with all the rest. In practical sense, the prerogative of the interest of one insofar as interests of others are subordinated. Reason determines the interest of all powers of the mind, but itself determines its own. Speculative use seeks cognition to highest a priori principles. Practical use seeks determination of the will with respect to final and complete end. If practical reason may not assume anything further than speculative reason could offer from its insight, the latter has primacy. If, however, Practical reason has original a priori principles inseparably connected with certain theoretical positions withdrawn from speculative insight, though they must not contradict it. The question is which interest is supreme. Whether speculative reason must accept propositions transcendent for it and try to unite them with its concepts, or may reject everything not accredited by manifest examples and experience. To the extent practical reason is merely regulating inclinations by sensible principle of happiness, this demand could not be made on speculative reason. Muhammad's paradise or theosophist fusion with deity might obtrude monstrosities on reason. But if pure reason of itself can be, and really is practical, as consciousness of the moral law proves, it is one and the same reason judging from theoretical or practical perspective according to a priori principles. Even if speculative capacity does not extend to establishing certain propositions affirmatively, as soon as they belong inseparably to practical interest of pure reason, it must accept them as authenticated from another source, and try to compare and connect them with everything within its speculative power, mindful that these are extensions of use from practical perspective, not opposed to speculative interest, which consists in restriction of speculative mischief. In the union of pure speculative with pure practical reason in one cognition, the latter has primacy, assuming the union is not contingent but based a priori on reason and therefore necessary. Pure practical reason cannot be subordinate to speculative reason. All interest is ultimately practical, and even speculative interest is complete in practical use alone. For the immortality of the soul as a postulate of pure practical reason, production of the highest good in the world is necessary object of a will determinable by the moral law. Complete conformity of dispositions with the moral law, holiness, is supreme condition of the highest good and must be as possible as its object. Complete conformity of will with moral law is holiness, of which no rational being of the sensible world is capable at any moment. Since it is nevertheless required as practically necessary, it can only be found in endless progress toward complete conformity, which, in accordance with principles of pure practical reason, is necessary to assume as real object of our will. This endless progress is possible only on presupposition of existence and personality of the same rational being continuing endlessly, immortality of the soul. The highest good is practically possible only on presupposition of immortality, so that this, inseparably connected with the moral law, is postulate of pure practical reason, a theoretical proposition not demonstrable as such, attached inseparably to an a priori unconditionally valid practical law. The proposition that only in endless progress can we attain complete conformity with the moral law is of greatest usefulness. Without it, one either degrades the moral law from holiness by making it lenient and conformed to convenience, or strains vocation to unattainable holiness of will and falls into enthusiastic theosophical dreams, contradicting self-knowledge. In both cases, hindering constant effort to observe a strict and inflexible yet true command of reason. For a rational but finite being, only endless progress from lower to higher moral perfection is possible. The eternal being, to whom temporal condition is nothing, sees in what is to us endless series the whole of conformity with the moral law. All a creature can have with respect to hope is consciousness of tried disposition and immutable resolution. Hope for further uninterrupted continuance beyond this life. Never hope to be fully adequate to God's will without indulgence incompatible with justice, except in endlessness of duration. The existence of God as a postulate of pure practical reason. The moral law led to practical task of necessary completeness of morality as first part of highest good. And since this can be fully accomplished only in eternity, to postulate of immortality. The same law must lead to possibility of second element, happiness proportioned to morality, and postulate existence of God as cause adequate to this effect. Happiness is state of a rational being in the world and the whole of whose existence everything goes according to wish and will, resting on harmony of nature with whole end and essential determining ground of will. The moral law commands through determining grounds independent of nature and its harmony with faculty of desire. The acting rational being is not cause of the world. There is no ground in the moral law for necessary connection between morality and proportionate happiness of a being belonging to the world as part of it and dependent upon it. Nevertheless, in practical task of pure reason, such connection is postulated as necessary. We ought to strive to promote the highest good. Existence of a cause of all nature, distinct from nature, containing ground of exact correspondence of happiness with morality, is postulated. Supreme cause containing ground of correspondence, not merely with morals and form, but with morality as determining ground with moral disposition. Highest good is possible only insofar as supreme cause of nature, having causality in keeping with moral disposition, is assumed, God. Postulate of possibility of highest good is postulate of reality of highest original good. It is morally necessary to assume existence of God. Subjective moral necessity is need, not objective duty to assume anything. The Greek schools could never solve practical possibility of highest good because they made rule of human will the sole ground without needing God's existence. Epicureans assumed false principle of happiness. Stoics chose virtue correctly, but represented degree required as fully attainable in this life, straining human capacity and leaving out happiness as special object, exposing sage as independent of nature's ills while really omitting second element. Christian doctrine gives concept of highest good, kingdom of God, satisfying strictest demand of practical reason. Moral law holy and demands holiness, though human moral perfection is only virtue. Disposition from respect for law, with consciousness of propensity to transgression. Endless progress remains, with hope of endless duration. Worth of disposition conformed with law is infinite. Moral law does not promise happiness by natural order. Christian morals supplements this by representing world in which nature and morals harmonize through holy author. Holiness prescribed in this life. Beatitude attainable only in eternity. Principle itself not theological heteronomy, but autonomy with God and will as basis of attainment of highest good, incentive and duty alone. Moral law leads through concept of highest good to religion, recognition of all duties as divine commands, not as contingent sanctions, but as essential laws of every free will, to be regarded as commands of supreme being, because only from morally perfect and all-powerful can we hope to attain highest good duty commands us to pursue. Morals is not doctrine of how to become happy, but how to become worthy of happiness. Only with religion does hope of participating in happiness arise. Someone is worthy of possessing what harmonizes with highest good that he possess it. All worthiness depends on moral conduct. God's final end in creating the world is not happiness of rational beings, but highest good. Happiness with condition of worthiness, morality. Humanity in our person must be holy to ourselves. Moral law based on autonomy of will, as free will. 6. On the postulates of pure practical reason in general. All postulates proceed from principle of morality, not postulate, but law by which reason determines will immediately. Pure will requires these conditions for observance of its precept. Postulates are not theoretical dogmas, but presuppositions with necessarily practical reference. They do not extend speculative cognition, but give objective reality to ideas of speculative reason and justify holding concepts whose possibility could not otherwise be affirmed. Postulates are those of immortality, freedom considered positively as causality belonging to intelligible world and existence of God. First flows from practically necessary condition of duration befitting complete fulfillment of moral law. Second, from presupposition of independence from sensible world and capacity to determine will by law of intelligible world. Third, from necessity of condition for intelligible world to be highest good through supreme independent good. Aiming at highest good, made necessary by respect for moral law, leads through postulates to concepts speculative reason presented as problems but could never solve. 1. Immortality. Paralogisms lacked mark of permanence. Practical reason furnishes duration required for conformity in highest good. 2. Freedom, an intelligible world. Cosmological antinomy resolved only problematically. Moral law lays down reality of freedom and law of intelligible world. 3. Theological concept of original being. Significance for practical purposes as supreme principle of highest good in intelligible world. Is cognition really extended? Certainly, but only for practical purposes. We cognize neither nature of souls, intelligible world, nor supreme being in themselves, but unify concepts in practical concept of highest good a priori through moral law. Freedom's possibility is not thereby seen theoretically. Same with remaining ideas. No human understanding will fathom them. Yet no sophistry will convince common reason they are not true concepts. Primacy of practical reason. When a priori practical principles inseparably carry theoretical propositions transcendent for speculation. Practical interest supreme. Not subordination of morals to physics of experience. Postulates. Immortality. Endless progress toward holiness. God. Author harmonizing happiness with morality. Freedom. Positive causality in intelligible world. For moral law, for possibility of highest good, not as theoretical dogmas. Worthiness of happiness. Morals instructs in rational condition of happiness, not means of acquiring it. Religion adds hope. Humanity is end in itself wholly through moral law. Quote, in the union of pure speculative with pure practical reason in one cognition, the latter has primacy, assuming that this union is not contingent and discretionary, but based a priori on reason itself, and therefore necessary. Quote, the moral law leads through the concept of the highest good, as the object and final end of pure practical reason, to religion, that is, to the recognition of all duties as divine commands, not as sanctions, that is, chosen and in themselves contingent ordinances of another's will, but as essential laws of every free will in itself. Quote, these postulates are not theoretical dogmas, but presuppositions having a necessarily practical reference, and thus, although they do not indeed extend speculative cognition, they give objective reality to the ideas of speculative reason in general. CPR dialectic, extension of pure reason, assent, and wise adaptation, 7-9. 7. How is it possible to think of an extension of pure reason for practical purposes without thereby also extending its cognition as speculative? In order not to be too abstract, I answer at once in application to the present case. To extend pure cognition practically, there must be a purpose given a priori, an end represented as practically necessary by categorical imperative independently of theoretical principles, the highest good. This is not possible without presupposing three theoretical concepts for which no corresponding intuition can be found and which speculative reason cannot assure objective reality: freedom, immortality, and God. By the practical law commanding existence of highest good possible in a world, possibility of those objects of pure speculative reason is postulated. Theoretical cognition receives an increment. Those concepts, otherwise problematic, are declared assertorically to have real objects because practical reason unavoidably requires their existence for possibility of its absolutely necessary object. But this extension is no extension of speculation. No positive theoretical use can be made of it. Nothing further is accomplished than that concepts are real and have possible objects. Nothing is given by intuition. No synthetic proposition is possible. This disclosure does not help speculative purposes, though it helps extend cognition for practical use. The three ideas of speculative reason are not cognitions, but transcendent thoughts in which nothing is impossible. They receive objective reality through apodictic practical law as necessary conditions of possibility of what it commands. We are instructed they have objects, though we cannot show how concept refers to object, and this is not yet cognition. One cannot judge synthetically about them or make theoretical rational use. Theoretical cognition of given supersensible objects is not extended. Yet theoretical reason is extended with respect to supersensible in general, forced to grant such objects exist though it cannot determine them. Objects given on practical grounds only for practical use. They become immanent and constitutive as grounds of possibility of highest good. Apart from this, they remain transcendent regulative principles. Once reason possesses this increment, speculative reason works with these ideas negatively, purifying against anthropomorphism and fanaticism that promise extension through supersensible intuition or feelings, hindrances to practical use of pure reason. Every use of reason with respect to an object requires pure concepts of understanding, categories. For theoretical cognition, they apply only insofar as intuition is put under them. Here ideas of reason must be thought through categories to cognize object, but concern is whether they have objects at all. Pure practical reason provides this reality. Theoretical reason thinks objects through categories without needing intuition, because categories signify object in general. Categories cannot be given object and intuition for these ideas, but that object really exists is assured by object practical reason presents in concept of highest good. Reality of concepts required for possibility of highest good, without least extension of cognition by theoretical principles. If ideas of God, intelligible world, and immortality are determined by predicates drawn from our nature, this is neither centralizing those ideas nor transcendent cognition. Predicates are understanding and will in relation required by moral law, only so far as pure practical use is made. Psychological additions from empirical observation of faculties are abstracted. What remains is required for thinking moral law. Cognition of God exists with practical reference only. Theoretical extension yields understanding that intuits, whose satisfaction does not depend on existence of objects, attributes of which we can form no concept fit for cognition. Natural theologians cannot cite, beyond ontological predicates, one property of understanding or will determining God of which, when everything anthropomorphic is separated, anything remains but empty word. With respect to practical use, properties of understanding and will remain, relation which practical law furnishes objective reality. God belongs originally not to physics, but to morals, same for other postulates. Greek philosophy found no pure rational theology before Anaxagoras, not from lack of insight, but because ills in world were objections to rational cause of all perfection. Once moral objects were treated philosophically, practical need gave determined concept of original being, while speculative reason was spectator. Deduction of categories prevents taking them as innate, Platonic extravagance, or restricting use to senses, Epicurean restriction. Speculative limitation and practical extension bring reason into purposive equality. Path to wisdom passes through science, conviction coming only when science is completed. 8. On ascent from a need of pure reason. Need of pure reason in speculative use leads only to hypotheses. Need of pure practical reason leads to postulates. In speculative use, I ascend from derived as high as I will and need no original ground to give objective reality to derived, only to satisfy inquiring reason completely. I see order and purposiveness in nature and need presuppose deity as cause only to explain them. Inference from effect to so precise a cause is uncertain. Presupposition remains most reasonable opinion. Need of pure practical reason is based on duty to make highest good object of will and promote it with all powers. I must suppose its possibility and conditions, God, freedom, immortality, which speculative reason cannot prove or refute. Duty rests on moral law, apodictically certain, subjective effect, disposition to promote practically possible highest good, presupposes at least that latter is possible. Postulates concern physical or metaphysical conditions of possibility of highest good for practically necessary end of pure rational will obeying inflexible command, not discretionary speculative purpose. This is need from absolutely necessary point of view, justifying presupposition as postulate from practical point of view. The upright man may say, I will that there be a God, that my existence be also in pure world of understanding beyond natural connections, that my duration be endless, without paying attention to rationalizations. This alone is case where interest unavoidably determines judgment. To prevent misinterpretation, rational belief is not announced as command to assume highest good as possible. Commanded belief is absurd. Assumption of possibility cannot be commanded. Speculative reason must concede it. No one can maintain worthiness to happiness combined with proportion possession is impossible in itself. Moral law commands first element. To doubt its possibility is to question moral law. For second element, general possibility needs no command. How harmony of natural and free laws is thought admits choice, where theoretical reason decides nothing apodictically. Moral interest turns the scale. I said happiness in exact conformity with moral worth is not expectable in mere course of nature and impossible on that side, without moral author. Deliberately postponing restriction to subjective conditions until manner of assent is determined. Impossibility is subjective. Reason cannot conceive such connection in mere nature, though it cannot prove objective impossibility. Command to promote highest good is objectively necessary. Possibility objectively based. How we represent possibility. By universal natural laws without wise author or only on supposition of such author. Reason cannot decide objectively. Subjective condition enters. Only way theoretically possible to think exact harmony of realm of nature with realm of morals, and only way conducive to morality. Promotion of highest good objectively necessary. Manner of thinking possibility rests with choice in which free interest of pure practical reason decides for wise author. Principle determining judgment is subjective as need, yet ground of maxim of assent for moral purposes. Pure practical rational belief, not commanded but voluntary determination harmonizing with theoretical need, arising from moral disposition. It may waver and well-disposed, but never fall into unbelief. 9. On the wise adaptation of the human being's cognitive faculties to his practical vocation. If human nature is called to strive for highest good, measure of cognitive faculties and their relation must suit this end. Critique of pure speculative reason proves utter insufficiency for solving most important problems conformably with this end, though recognizing natural hints and great steps toward goal never reachable of itself, even with greatest cognition of nature. Nature seems to have provided stepmotherly for faculty needed for our end. Suppose nature had given insight or enlightenment we would like. What would result? Unless whole nature changed, inclinations having first word would demand satisfaction. Moral law would keep them within bounds. Instead of conflict through which moral strength is gradually acquired, God in eternity with awful majesty would stand unceasingly before us. Transgression avoided, commanded done, but disposition from which actions ought to be done cannot be instilled by command. Spur external. Reason would not gather strength through dignity of law. Actions from fear or hope, none from duty. Moral worth of actions and person would not exist. Conduct would be mere mechanism without life and figures. It is quite otherwise. Reason affords only obscure, ambiguous view into future. Governor allows conjecture of existence and grandeur, not clear proof. Moral law demands disinterested respect without promising certainty. Respect alone, active and ruling, allows weak glances into supersensible. Then truly moral disposition devoted immediately to moral law becomes possible. And rational creature worthy of highest good by moral worth of person, not merely actions. Inscrutable wisdom is not less worthy of veneration in what denied than in what granted. Practical extension without speculative cognition. Postulates declare objects real for practical purposes. Increment to theoretical reason as grant of existence, not synthetic knowledge of supersensible nature. Rational belief. A practical need from duty, not speculative hypothesis from explanation, assent to God, freedom, immortality as voluntary maxim conducive to commanded end, may waver, never unbelief. Wise adaptation, 9 obscurity of speculative theology and immediacy of moral law suit moral vocation. Clear proof would extinguish disposition from duty. Quote, by the practical law that commands the existence of the highest good possible in a world, the possibility of those objects of pure speculative reason, the objective reality which the latter could not assure them, is postulated. Quote, I will that there be a God, that my existence in this world be also an existence in a pure world of the understanding beyond natural connections, and finally that my duration be endless. I stand by this, without paying attention to rationalizations, however little I may be able to answer them or to oppose them with others more plausible, and I will not let this belief be taken from me. For this is the only case in which my interest, because I may not give up anything of it, unavoidably, determines my judgment. Quote, what the study of nature and of the human being teaches us sufficiently elsewhere may well be true here also, that the inscrutable wisdom by which we exist is not less worthy of veneration in what it has denied us than in what it has granted us. CPR, Doctrine of the Method of Pure Practical Reason. The doctrine of the method of pure practical reason is not the way to proceed with pure practical principles for scientific cognition of them, which alone is properly called method in theoretical use. Here method is understood as the way to provide laws of pure practical reason with access to the human mind and influence on maxims, making objectively practical reason subjectively practical as well. Those determining grounds which alone make maxims properly moral, immediate representation of the law, and objectively necessary observance as duty, must be represented as proper incentives. Otherwise legality, without morality of dispositions results. It is not at first glance clear that pure virtue can have more power over the human mind than deceptive allurement of enjoyment or threats of pain. Yet if human nature were not so constituted, no circumlocution recommending the law would produce morality of disposition. Everything would be hypocrisy, law hated or despised yet observed for advantage, letter without spirit. We would appear worthless in our own eyes, even while deluding ourselves with supposed police of nature rewarding deeds without regard to motives. Uncultivated or degraded minds may need preparatory guidance by advantage or fear, but once machinery has some effect, pure moral motive must bear on the soul, the only ground of character and what teaches dignity, giving power to tear away from sensible attachments. I will show by observations anyone can make that receptivity to pure moral interest is most powerful incentive to good, and only one for enduring meticulous observance of maxims. Moral appraisal in common conversation. In mixed companies, entertainment includes arguing about moral worth of actions by which character is made out. Those bored by subtle theoretical reasoning become precise and refined in lessening purity of purpose and degree of virtue. Appraisals reveal character of judge. Some defend goodness against charges of impurity. Others contest worth by fault-finding. Often well-meant strictness, comparing conduct with uncompromising law rather than examples, lowering self-conceit. Defenders of purity wish to remove least spot lest human virtue become phantom and striving deprecated as vain affectation. Educators should long since have used this propensity. After purely moral catechism, biographies offering instances for duties, comparing similar actions under different circumstances to activate appraisal. Young pupils become acute and interested. Practice in approving pure conduct and marking deviation leaves lasting impression of esteem and disgust through habituation. Good foundation for future uprightness. But educators should spare examples of noble, supermeritorious actions abounding in sentimental writings. Expose pupils only to duty and worth consciousness of not transgressing it. Empty wishes for inaccessible perfection produce romantic heroes who release themselves from common obligation. Purity as touchstone, the and Bullen example. What is pure morality by which every action must be tested? Only philosophers make this doubtful. Common human reason decided it long since by habitual use, like right and left hand. Tell a 10-year-old the story of an honest man whom someone wants to induce to join calumniators of an innocent, powerless person, say, in Bullen accused by Henry VIII. Great gifts and rank offered, rejected approval. Threats, best friends refuse friendship, relatives disinherit. Powerful pursue, prince threatens freedom and life. Family in extreme distress implores yield. Upright man with compassionate heart wishes he had never seen such pain, yet remains firm in truthfulness. Listener rises from approval to admiration, amazement, veneration, wish to be such a man, though not in such circumstances. Virtue worth so much because it costs so much, not because it brings profit. Admiration rests wholly on purity of moral principle when everything reckoned to happiness is removed. Morality has more power the more purely presented. Law and image of holiness influence soul only as incentives laid to heart in purity, unmixed with welfare. In suffering they show most excellently. What strengthens by removal was hindrance. Admixture of incentives from happiness hinders moral law's influence. Even in admired action, if motive was esteem for duty, respect for law has greatest force on spectator, not pretension to magnanimity. Duty, not merit, must have most penetrating influence when represented in inviolability. Merit, feeling, and juvenile. In our times, melting feelings and high-flown pretensions are hoped to influence more than dry, earnest representation of duty suited to imperfection and progress. Setting noble, magnanimous, meritorious actions before children captivates by enthusiasm, but makes fantasizers of those backward in commonest duty. With instructed adults, this incentive has no genuine moral effect. Feelings must accomplish effect at height before calming. Otherwise, heart returns to languor. Principles must be built on concepts. Other foundation yields only seizures giving no moral worth or self-confidence, without which consciousness of moral disposition cannot exist. Concepts must be related to human beings individually. Law appears deserving respect, but constrains leave of natural element for higher one maintained only with effort. Moral law demands obedience from duty, not predilection. Compare subjective moving force. Rescuing shipwreck at cost of life is duty, yet often meritorious. Esteem weakened by duty to self. Magnanimous sacrifice for country still leaves scruple whether perfect duty unbidden, not full model. Essential duty violating holiness of law itself, duties to God, gives perfect esteem its sacrifice of all inclination value. Soul strengthened by example of elevation above every natural incentive. Juvenal presents force of pure law as duty. Flattering thought of merit mixes self-love, putting everything below holiness of duty alone, aware one can because reason commands, raises above sensible world. Consciousness of law as incentive combined with consciousness of power over sensibility. Frequent engagement gives hope of greatest purely moral interest. The two-stage method of moral cultivation. Method. First, make appraisal by moral law's natural habit, accompanying free actions and observation of others. Sharpen by asking whether action objectively conforms with moral law and which law. Distinguish law providing ground of obligation from obligatory law. Teach different duties in one action. Second, whether done for sake of moral law. Moral correctness as deed and moral worth as disposition by maxim. Exercise produces interest in reason's law and morally good actions. We come to like contemplation extending cognitive powers, especially moral correctness, where reason determines a priori what ought to be done. Observer of nature likes objects once offensive when discovering purposiveness. Leibniz spared insect examined. This employment lets us feel cognitive powers, but is not yet interest in morality itself. Brings liking for appraisal, beauty of virtue admired but not sought. Laudator et algit. Second, exercise. Lively presentation of moral disposition and examples. Purity of will as negative perfection where no inclination influences as determining ground. Attention fixed on consciousness of freedom. Initial pain of renunciation delivers from dissatisfaction of needs, heart receptive to satisfaction from other sources. In pure moral resolutions, inner freedom revealed, release from importunity of inclinations. Confession of wrong despite vanity and antipathy includes consciousness of independence, salutary generally. Law of duty finds easier access through respect for ourselves in consciousness of freedom. When one dreads nothing more than finding oneself worthless in self-examination, every good moral disposition can be grafted on. Best guard against ignoble impulses. I point out only most general maxims. Variety of duties would require lengthy special determinations. Subjective practicality. Method makes moral law an incentive in disposition, not merely legality. Pure respect stronger than happiness or fear when duly presented. Moral catechism. Habitual judgment on purity of maxims via cases and biographies. Avoid supererogation models that excuse common duty. 2 stages. 1. Discriminating objective conformity and kinds of duty. 2. Purity of maxim and consciousness of freedom, from aesthetic admiration to moral interest. Quote, those determining grounds of the will which alone make maxims properly moral and give them a moral worth. The immediate representation of the law and the objectively necessary observance of it as duty must be represented as the proper incentives to action, since otherwise legality of actions would be produced, but not morality of dispositions. Quote, Summum crede nefa animam prafer pudori, et propter vitam vivendi perder causa. Quote, when this is well established, when a human being dreads nothing more than to find, on self-examination, that he is worthless and contemptible in his own eyes, then every good moral disposition can be grafted onto it, because this is the best, and indeed the sole, guard to prevent ignoble and corrupting impulses from breaking into the mind. CPR. Conclusion. 2 things fill the mind with ever new and increasing admiration and reverence, the more often and more steadily one reflects on them: the starry heavens above me and the moral law within me. I do not need to search for them and merely conjecture them as though veiled in obscurity or in the transcendent region beyond my horizon. I see them before me and immediately connect them with the consciousness of my existence. The first begins from the place I occupy in the external world of sense and extends the connection in which I stand into an unbounded magnitude with worlds upon worlds and systems of systems, and moreover into the unbounded times of their periodic motion, their beginning and their duration. The second begins from my invisible self, my personality, and presents me in a world which has true infinity but which can be discovered only by the understanding. I cognize that my connection with that world, and thereby with all those visible worlds as well, is not merely contingent, as in the first case, but universal and necessary. The first view of a countless multitude of worlds annihilates, as it were, my importance as an animal creature, which after it has been for a short time provided with vital force must give back to the planet the matter from which it came. The second infinitely raises my worth as an intelligence by my personality, in which the moral law reveals to me a life independent of animality and even of the whole sensible world, at least so far as this may be inferred from the purposive determination of my existence by this law, a determination not restricted to the conditions and boundaries of this life, but reaching into the infinite. Admiration and respect can excite inquiry, but cannot supply the want of it. Examples may serve for warning and for imitation. Consideration of the world began from the noblest spectacle and ended in astrology. Morals began from the noblest property of human nature and ended in enthusiasm or superstition. As with all crude attempts where the principal part depends upon reason, which does not come of itself like the use of the feet. After the maxim of reflecting beforehand, on every step reason proposes to take it come into vogue, appraisal of the structure of the universe obtained a quite different direction and an incomparably happier outcome. This example can recommend that we take the same path in treating the moral predispositions of our nature. We have at hand examples of reason judging morally. We can analyze them into elementary concepts and, in default of mathematics, adopt a procedure similar to chemistry, separating, by repeated experiments on common human understanding, the empirical from the rational, and come to know both pure and what each can accomplish of itself. Science, critically sought and methodically directed, is the narrow gate that leads to the doctrine of wisdom. Philosophy must remain the guardian of this science, and though the public need take no interest in its subtle investigations, it has to take an interest in the doctrines which, after being worked up in this way, can first be quite clear to it. Starry heavens/moral law, two objects of ever-renewed reverence. The sensible cosmos extending my place into unbounded magnitude and time, and the intelligible personality in which the law reveals independence from animality. Critical method as gate to wisdom. The astronomical revolution, through disciplined reflection, recommends the same path for moral predispositions. Analysis of common rational judgment against enthusiasm and crude, unmethodical reason. Quote, "Two things fill the mind with ever new and increasing admiration and reverence, the more often and more steadily one reflects on them. The starry heavens above me and the moral law within me." Quote, "Science, critically sought and methodically directed, is the narrow gate that leads to the doctrine of wisdom. If by this is understood not merely what one ought to do, but what ought to serve teachers as a guide to prepare well and clearly the path to wisdom which everyone should travel, and to secure others against taking the wrong way. Philosophy must always remain the guardian of this science." Conclusion. Taken together, the groundwork and the critique of practical reason establish that pure reason is not merely theoretical, but originally practical. The moral law forces itself upon us as a fact of reason, and through that apodictic consciousness freedom is disclosed as the keystone of the entire critical system. What speculative reason could assert only problematically? Transcendental freedom, the intelligible world, and the ideas of God and immortality, receives objective practical reality when pure practical reason legislates through the form of universal lawgiving. Autonomy, not heteronomy, is therefore the sole principle of morality. Every empirical ground of volition, whether happiness, moral feeling, perfection, or divine will taken as object of inclination, corrupts obligation into prudence or self-love. The groundwork prepares this result through three deliberate transitions. The first section ascends from common moral cognition, duty, respect for law, the good will, to philosophical consciousness of a dialectic that drives reason beyond examples and popular moral philosophy. The second section constructs the metaphysics of morals a priori, from imperatives through the categorical formula of universal law, the humanity formula, and the kingdom of ends, to autonomy as supreme principle and heteronomy as the corruption of all spurious moral systems. The third section confronts the synthetic character of morality, resolves the apparent circle between freedom and the law through two standpoints, sensible appearance and intelligible personality, and declares the supreme boundary of moral inquiry. We comprehend the incomprehensibility of how pure reason can be practical, but not the mechanism itself. The critique of practical reason carries out what the groundwork only announces. The analytic proves pure practical reason through the fact of the moral law, deduces autonomy and the table of material principles, reverses the paradox of method by deriving good and evil from the law rather than the law from the good, and extends cognition practically beyond speculative limits without extending theoretical insight into supersensible objects. The dialectic addresses the highest good, virtue as supreme condition and happiness as necessary yet morally conditioned consequence, resolves the antinomy by subordinating happiness to morality through a possible intelligible author of nature, and justifies the postulates of immortality, freedom, and God as presuppositions of the practically necessary end commanded by respect for the law. The primacy of practical reason secures rational belief, where speculation must remain silent. The doctrine of the method shows how pure respect, not admixture with happiness or merit, becomes the subjective incentive through moral catechism and the cultivation of conscience. The closing image of the starry heavens and the moral law within registers the twofold vocation of finite rational beings. Cosmological humility before nature's unbounded magnitude and moral elevation through personality independent of animality. Critically sought science is the narrow gate to the doctrine of wisdom, not enthusiasm, astrology, or superstition masquerading as morals, but analysis of common rational judgment, separating the empirical from the pure. What remains open is not the validity of the moral law, but the theoretical comprehension of freedom's causality and the supersensible harmony of virtue with happiness. Philosophy's task is to guard that science, secure the path to wisdom, and refuse both empiricist dissolution of duty and transcendent flight beyond the boundary human reason must acknowledge. Key persons discussed: Immanuel Kant, author of both works and architect of critical moral philosophy, establishes autonomy of the will, the fact of reason, and the postulates as the systematic completion of pure reason begun in the first Critique. Epicurus and the Stoics, ancient schools treated as dialectical attempts to identify virtue and happiness by rule of identity. Epicurus reducing virtue to consciousness of maxims leading to happiness, the Stoics reducing happiness to consciousness of virtue, both failing because virtue and happiness are heterogeneous elements of the highest good requiring synthetic, not analytic, union. Christian Wolff, representative of rational perfection as a material principle of morality. Perfection, when taken as practical fitness for ends, presupposes ends given empirically and therefore yields heteronomy rather than a categorical law. Mary J. Greger and Andrews Reith, translators of the Cambridge editions on which this summary draws. Their renderings of practical reason, fact of reason, and postulate preserve Kant's technical distinctions for Anglophone readers without altering the argumentative structure. Key works discussed: Groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals, 1785, Kant's preparatory analysis of the good will, duty, the categorical imperative and its three formulae, autonomy, and the transition to a critique of pure practical reason through freedom in two standpoints. Critique of Practical Reason, 1788, the systematic treatise establishing the fact of reason, the analytic of principles and objects, the dialectic of the highest good, the postulates, primacy of practical reason, and the method of moral cultivation. Critique of Pure Reason, 1781/1787, the speculative critique whose antinomies, paralogisms, and limits on theoretical cognition of noumena are presupposed and practically completed when moral law discloses freedom and justifies ideas otherwise merely regulative. The Metaphysics of Morals, 1797, Kant's later systematic application of pure moral philosophy to doctrine of right and virtue, referenced where the present pair distinguishes rational moral science from empirical practical anthropology and anticipates duties under autonomy. Index of Core Concepts. Goodwill, a will whose maxim can hold as universal law, valued absolutely without regard to attainable ends. In the Groundwork, it is the only unconditional good, while talents and even happiness remain good only under moral limitation. Duty, objective necessitation of the will by pure practical reason for finite beings affected by inclination. Obligation distinguishes holy will, which cannot transgress the law, from human virtue, as unending progress under respect. Categorical versus hypothetical imperative. The hypothetical imperative commands action as means to an end already willed, skill or prudence, whereas the categorical imperative commands immediately by form of law alone. Only the latter can be a moral law, since material principles rest on self-love. Formula of universal law. Act only on maxims you can at the same time will as universal laws of nature. The first and foundational expression of the categorical imperative, testing maxims by contradiction in willing or in conception. Formula of humanity. Treat humanity, in yourself and in every person, always as end and never merely as means. The matter of the moral law as objective end in itself, limiting all subjective ends of inclination. Formula of autonomy/kingdom of ends. Act as legislating member of a universal kingdom of ends in which rational beings give one another laws. the totality of the system uniting form and matter, where dignity replaces price and persons are co-legislators under self-imposed law. Autonomy and heteronomy. Autonomy is the will's property of being a law to itself through mere form of universal law-giving. Heteronomy derives the law from any object of inclination, happiness, perfection, moral feeling, or divine will as motive, and thereby destroys moral obligation. Maxim, subjective principle of volition, contrasted with objective practical law. Moral worth attaches to the maxim from which an action springs, not to the action's empirical success, and the categorical imperative tests whether a maxim can be willed as universal legislation. Fact of reason. Consciousness of the fundamental moral law as synthetic a priori proposition forcing itself upon us without deduction from freedom or experience. The sole fact of pure reason through which autonomy is proved in freedom first disclosed practically. Respect. The moral incentive produced by the law's direct necessitation of the will, not antecedent pathological feeling. It is the analog of contentment accompanying consciousness of autonomy and must not be confused with gratification or happiness. Highest good. The whole object of pure practical reason, combining virtue as supreme condition with happiness proportioned to morality. Not a determining ground prior to the law, but an object commanded once the moral law is already supreme in its concept. Postulates of pure practical reason. Presuppositions of immortality, freedom as positive causality in the intelligible world, and God's existence. Not theoretical dogmas, but practically necessary conditions for the possibility of the highest good commanded by the moral law. Primacy of practical reason, where pure practical and speculative reason belong to one cognition. Practical reason has priority because all interest is ultimately practical. It authorizes ideas transcendent for theory when inseparably required for the moral end without extending speculative knowledge of supersensible nature. Freedom, negative independence of the will from sensible determination and positive self-legislation through the moral law. Reciprocally implied with the categorical imperative, practically certain through the fact of reason, though theoretically incomprehensible as nominal causality. Paradox of method. In the critique of practical reason, good and evil must be determined after the moral law, not before it. Reversing the order collapses morality into heteronomy by making an object of pleasure the ground of legislation. Typic of pure practical judgment. Application of the moral law to actions in concreto by asking whether one's maxim could be willed as a law of nature. Common understanding's rule of appraisal, supplying a sensible analog where no intuition of the supersensible good exists. Worthiness to be happy. Morality's proper relation to happiness. Not instruction in how to become happy, but in how to become worthy of happiness. Religion recognizes duties as divine commands without making theology the heteronomous ground of the law itself. Contentment. Negative satisfaction with one's existence from consciousness of freedom under the moral law, distinct from happiness. The necessary analog accompanying respect, not a pathological incentive antecedent to reason. Reading comprehension questions. How does the Groundwork's first section move from common moral cognition to the need for a metaphysics of morals, and what dialectic impels that transition? Distinguish hypothetical imperatives of skill and prudence from the categorical imperative, and explain why only the latter can ground duty. State the three main formulae of the categorical imperative and show how they express one self-same law of autonomy. Why must autonomy, not heteronomy, be the supreme principle of morality, and how does Kant's table of material principles exhaust rival systems? What is the apparent circle between freedom and the moral law in the Groundwork's third section, and how do two standpoints resolve it? What is the fact of reason in the critique of practical reason, and why can freedom not be cognized prior to the moral law? Explain the paradox of method regarding good and evil, and why determining the good before the law yields heteronomy. How does the antinomy of practical reason threaten the moral law, and what is Kant's critical resolution concerning virtue, happiness, and an intelligible author of nature? What are the three postulates, and in what sense do they extend cognition practically without furnishing theoretical knowledge of God, the soul, or the intelligible world? Why does practical reason have primacy over speculative reason when their interests conflict, and what limits remain on theoretical cognition? How does the doctrine of the method make objectively practical reason subjectively practical? And why must respect be represented as the proper incentive rather than happiness or merit? What do the starry heavens and the moral law signify in Kant's conclusion? And how does critical science relate to the doctrine of wisdom? Critical probe. If the moral law is a fact of reason that cannot be deduced, does Kant's system rest on an unjustified intuition masquerading as apodictic certainty? And what would count, on his own terms, as a successful objection? Critical probe. The postulates of God and immortality secure hope for the highest good, but are not theoretically knowable. Does Kant's restriction against using them as speculative incentives prevent theology from quietly re-entering morality through the back door of rational belief? Further observations. The groundwork analyses what common reason already knows yet cannot defend. The critique of practical reason proves that pure reason is practical of itself. The former supplies concepts and transitions, the latter the fact that makes deduction of freedom possible only in reverse from law to liberty. Kant's treatment of Epicurus and the Stoics exposes a persistent dialectical temptation. Because virtue and happiness both belong to the highest good, philosophers seek their identity and thereby either dissolve duty into prudence or inflate virtue into a happiness already possessed in consciousness. The antinomy persists until morality and nature are referred to distinct standpoints. Heteronomy is not merely an academic error, but the structure of every principle that makes an object, however refined, the determining ground of the will. Wolffian perfection fails for the same reason as Epicurean happiness, because ends must be given before perfection can motivate, and those ends remain empirical. The fact of reason inverts the expected order of critical philosophy. Speculative reason sought freedom as solution to the third antinomy. Yet only practical consciousness of a law certifies freedom's reality, and the moral law becomes the ratio cognoscendi, where freedom is the ratio ascendi. Respect is the hinge between objective law and subjective incentive. Confuse it with pleasure, moral feeling, or contentment taken pathologically, and actions may conform with duty while maxims remain heteronymous. Legality without morality of disposition. The highest good is morally necessary, yet not morally legislative. Treated as prior determining ground and autonomy collapses. But once the law is supreme within its concept, promotion of the highest good becomes duty and justifies postulates without dogmatic theology. Postulates give objective reality to ideas of speculative reason for practical purposes alone. An increment to thought, not to intuition. Kant thereby blocks both empiricist denial of freedom and rationalist pretension to supersensible insight, while permitting rational belief grounded in moral need. Primacy of practical reason reunifies the critical system. Theoretical reason's interest in God, freedom, and immortality is ultimately practical. Yet practical reason may not overstep by fetching motives from the intelligible world. The boundary marked in the groundwork's incomprehensibility thesis is preserved in the critique's wise adaptation of cognitive faculties to moral vocation. The doctrine of the method shows that purity of presentation is not aesthetic nicety, but psychological necessity. Admixture of happiness or merit weakens respect, while examples such as steadfast truthfulness before overwhelming suffering reveal that moral law has greater moving force when everything empirical is subtracted from the incentive. Kant's closing contrast between starry heavens and moral law within registers cosmological finitude and intelligible dignity without merging them. Admiration excites inquiry, but cannot replace critique. Morals, like astronomy before it, requires methodical separation of the rational from the empirical, lest the noblest property of human nature end in enthusiasm. The projected metaphysics of morals fulfills what these works prepare. Pure moral philosophy as rational doctrine of freedom's laws, distinct from practical anthropology, applied in juridical and ethical duties under autonomy already established a priori. Read as a pair, The works exhibit Kant's critical voice at its most disciplined. Synthetic a priori practical propositions, architectonic completeness, and repeated insistence that philosophy comprehend the limits of comprehension. Duty is certain, freedom is practically presupposed, the highest good is commanded, yet how pure reason moves the will remains the supreme boundary human reason must respect.